welcome. Episode 2. Going back to the base, seeing what's happening. Still haven't done anything in this game with ships yet. Where's the front? Okay. Damn, it's all the way back to Callahan's Gate. Alright, we should be in the lower part. I want my hammer though. Back my hammer. Should even check out the engineering center real quick, see where our tech is at. We've got people cooking. Second tier by the looks of it. At least we got binos now. Whose is this? How's the car park? Nice and empty? Nice. Why is there a third one? Who built this? Who did this? Well, they're out of petrol as well. That ain't good. What the hell happened here? Where's all our trucks? Oh no, not this again. We don't have the room for this. We do not have the room for this. How's the maintenance going? It looks like it's starting to consume. Maybe. What's happening with the bunker? We'll take a wrench. We're gonna have to wrench on things. We're gonna deposit all that scrap in here. We don't have the room for it. So I'm also going. Where's the construction vehicle? Oh no, not these as well. Don't build these. They are the worst. Holy crap. Alright, looks like I am destroying crap today. I'll have to do a fuel run just to get the factories finished. Do they need deliveries? Yeah, they need deliveries first, even. Give them 100. Build another construction vehicle. The forge needs materials. What are these doing in here? Why is there petrol? This place is a mess. What is happening here? At least we don't have to fill it up until a bit later once these factories get production in them. It's in the inventory and this nothing. It's fine. I'll have to pull petrol out of the refineries too. Um, 100. Okay, then we'll shift all that back into there. And there's no power, sadly. He's doing something, I don't know what he's doing. Do I really have to walk all the way to the town center just to make one of these? Wait, can I build it near a bunker? This open. I'm gonna need one. Need a regular truck, and all my regular trucks are gone too. Just sitting up here. Need a regular truck to start doing the daily runarounds. Oh, it's got fuel in it, that's nice. Why are they sitting up here? Should just left them at the base. It's cool if someone borrowed them, but I don't know. Can I build it over here at the bunker? course, build tool out. It is an friendly base. What do you mean? This ain't a friendly base, I don't know what is. Okay, so to the town center then, I guess. At least people are using it, fueling it up and stuff. Running it on the diesel. So, we'll have to bring some nades to get rid of that as well. Hmm. I'll have to bring a diesel with me as well. Alright, give me that. And then we build one of these here. SS Simon killing again. Alright, I'll bring the last 15. I'll put the truck back. And now there's 2 load luggers here as well. Okay, yeah, we need to fix all of this. Yo, if you guys have anything in this 3rd factory here, I'm destroying it soon. So take anything out of it if you got anything in it.
Oh no, we don't have anything in the...
Alright, sweet. We'll be back. These load luggers out of the way. Just chilling the base. Can I fill it? No diesel, it's too far away. What else is happening? There's nothing in this one. Wait. So because I didn't build it, I can't destroy it. Or in the reserved squad. I need nades for that. So... That's bloody annoying. Well, I do have 2 of these in the base now, so I can drive this one down there, go pick that thing up, come back. Free vehicle for someone who spawns here. Oh god, there's another one. What a graveyard! What an actual graveyard this place is. Free vehicle.
Hello, good sir.
What's good?
Uh, any place where can I like put my hand into some use?
I've got a base if you want to work at it.
Yeah, sure. I was like 2 days at the front, and I feel like we lack tech there. We don't have any grenades or not enough grenades, so I would like to help with this or anything. I would like to learn first.
Sure.
So yeah.
Yeah, grenades and everything is pretty easy. Let me just check the map for sulfur, because we're gonna need to farm a lot of sulfur for that.
We don't have to focus on that. We can do whatever you were doing. So, as I said, I would like to learn anything.
Sure. I'm just running and maintaining a base. I'll invite you to the squad and the group.
Okay, okay.
You should see a pop-up top left. Just accept that.
Yep. Okay.
And maybe another one for the regiment. I don't think you have to join the regiment, but it's up to you if you wanna.
No, not now. Maybe later.
Alright, sweet. Hop in. It's a given. We may run out of diesel before we reach the base. Forgot to bring a can with me.
Okay. So this is some building machine.
Yeah, so it's only 100 BMATs to make one of these. It's 125 BMATs for a crane. You pretty much need them to start putting together a proper base.
Okay, okay.
Oh, I forgot to get the grenades as well. I need grenades. One sec. Don't know how many we're gonna need. maybe 4. I don't know. Try that. Good thing we're near the refinery. I think I got some diesel cooking in there.
Okay, okay.
Do you
So-
know what trucks these are? Like who these belong to?
So you'll be coming to this building quite a lot. This is the main refinery that'll refine all your stuff down into other components.
On your left.
Yeah. We're gonna need the diesel, so I'll pull some out.
Okay.
If you hold G, you can hear just squad chat as well, so we don't talk with over other people.
Okay. Can you hear me like this?
Yep.
Okay, okay. I don't see the microphone icon, so
It's on the
I was a little
it's on the right hand side under the squad panel.
yeah, yeah, I see it now.
So yeah, this is pretty backline logi. I do plan to do some deliveries to the front at some point after we make a bunch of stuff.
Sure thing. Frontline is my home so far. I am playing this game like for 2 days or something like that, so yeah.
Oh, nice.
I was just at the front line and it is a massacre and it's pretty this game is yeah, it's good. It's funny. The people are role playing. It's great.
You know, it's hard to do anything the first couple of days because we don't have any, and like even these don't have the technology. So we don't actually have the technology to make like proper tanks or anything just yet. Only the real more basic stuff. I need to grenade this box out of the way because it's going to be a pain.
Okay. When I was at the front, I felt like that we are lacking. We are like behind in technology because there was guys running at us with submachine guns and a lot of grenades, and all I could pick from the base was like a rifle and ammunition. So, is it a thing in here in this game, like like research gap or something like that? That you can get a lot of a lot ahead in the technology.
Uh, I'll show you the tech in a sec so you'll understand. Basically, if we go to a salvage field and we start like getting salvage like this stuff here, I have to put that in our bunker. So we got a little bunker as well. This whole thing is going to be for expansion. All of this we're going to expand out here a bit later. Have some more vehicle bays, have some more of these storage platforms. I'm trying to get rid of this factory. I think Baskar made it. I want to get rid of it because we only need 2. This one will make all the construction materials you need, and you can see we got like 2 massive pallet loads. Or 8 pallet
Yeah, I
loads
see.
if you like, full here of them. We're going to burn through them in no time. Like as soon as we get the second tier factory unlocked, we're going to start building with that. And then this one will do assembly materials 1 and 2, which we need coke and petrol for. The whole base is powered by this one petrol station, which I did upgrade to petrol and I was running it on petrol. Someone just switched on the diesel, so it's going to go through the diesel right now. We got our oil refineries here, and I'll show you where and how to do an oil trip. I also need to make sure that I reserved 1 oil well. I don't know if it's going to stay reserved forever though, so I do need to check that out.
Okay.
We might do
Yeah,
that first, actually. Let's go for that.
Okay.
So here's the 2 drums. So this is how you can fast reload a thing. So for example, if you press E on the power station, instead of pouring in the diesel manually, where it says diesel, do you see the little petrol symbol with a plus button?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, give that a click, and you'll see what happens.
Um. Okay.
So the pipe
It's moving.
auto connects. Yeah, the pipe connects up, and it auto fills it from these. So these are reservoirs. They're basically like can take 100 cans of diesel or 100 cans of petrol, and it will just auto fill up. So we don't have
Okay.
to pour them in manually. Otherwise, you're sitting here the whole time going manual, 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 manual. So this would just do it
Yeah.
all in one. So we deliver to these, and we use these to fill up vehicles and whatever else.
Okay. And this one, it seems like you can bring them on a truck, right? You
Yeah.
bring these on a
Yep.
truck.
So you can bring them on a flatbed, and you can fill up tanks at the front, and the tanks can do the same thing. They hop out, they interact with the tank, and then click that button. It'll connect a hose and just autofill it. And you can also do it from directly from the back of one of these. These count as a drum as well. You can also refuel directly from this.
It's kind of overwhelming the amount of things you need to learn in this game.
Yeah. Just know there's a better way to refuel, and those things are it. And usually some people put them down in town. Hop in when you can. We'll go do an oil trip. So
Okay.
the other thing to know that if you're going to do a lot of fuel runs and oil runs, moving liquids, you want to bring one of these. Basically, the difference is these can only house liquids, and they have 25 slots instead of 15. All regular trucks have 15. Those dump trucks, so that regular truck there, that's got 15 slots, no matter what you do, and can have any type of delivery, anything at all. These dump trucks here have 20 slots, but they can only take salvage components, like the raw basic materials and sulfur. So you want to bring one of these because they have 25 slots but can only take liquids. Let's check our well, and I'm going to re-reserve it if possible.
And I have to ask, am I not bothering you? Don't like, do you want to explain all of this to me, or?
I don't mind. It's whatever.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so we reserved it for the squad, so it's good for another 2 days, and then we're going to pull the oil out of it. What I recommend to do is interact with each of them and turn them on for personal production. Personal production can be withdrawn immediately, like it's really fast. If you pull from the top right, the public inventory, it's slower. Like it's much slower to pull.
Okay.
So yeah, the truck's already instantly full. Like I just clicked it, it's instant. I'm going to turn this one on as well. So you can draw from any public. They're kind of public, but they're private use for connections and stuff like that.
And this oil we need to refine into petrol or diesel or something like that.
Yeah,
Right?
so it goes basically into petrol. So you can either follow the road back through town through the top part and just head west to the top part of the town, or if you're lazy, you can cut through the back of the base this way. It looks like someone's built a train track as a rough guide or something. Probably goes to their base, I don't know. Unless Basco built this, I don't know.
And is someone in charge of all of this? Because to me it seems like organized chaos or something like that. Because things are working, but it doesn't seem to me that we have someone in lead. So it's somewhere on Discord. I would like, yeah, right.
Do you mean in the war itself, or in the squad, or in this base? How do you mean?
I mean, yeah, I mean the whole thing, the whole war. Some people have to communicate with each other, right?
Yeah, there's usually various squads and stuff, and they each have a leader or something and follow what they do. But in general, because everything is made up of multiple squads doing all sorts of different things, and some of them are pretty big, some clans are probably like hundreds of people big, and they're all just doing, you know,
Yeah.
their own sort of thing and got their own plan. Like, as a small squad ourselves, we teamed up with a guy called Keycard, and he was like, we need mortars, we're going to take a truck full of mortars down to the front, we're going to grab a mortar gun each, and then we're just going to mortar like across the bridge. So it's just like little battles and things that we do and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, so it's instantly full and we're ready to go.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the hard part is just doing these deliveries over and over and over again. And then knowing where the salvage is and knowing where the coal is and the sulfur and just to get all the raw materials and all that.
Yeah, put it all together. It seems difficult from beginning. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot, but we also don't have the technology right now to do much. I think every day we unlock a tier of technology, and I can show you the engineering center. It shows you what we unlock as we go through. So because we got two refineries here side by side, you see they've also got pipe points. So I can make pipes from those two, and there's a pipe injection point into the power station. So it's all going to get fully automated eventually.
Ah, okay. So it's I don't know if you know the game Factorio, but it's like a Factorio.
Pretty much. But yeah,
Yeah. I love that game.
My friend Xe, he only does deliveries, he doesn't build. So this entire base that you see minus that one building there and minus this resource pad over there, I built this whole thing in, 9 hours, 10 hours or so yesterday.
Yeah. Cool.
Anything you make at the refinery has a 2-day expiry, so you just have to remember to pull it out and do something with it in time.
And it's like automatically you didn't even step out of the car, so you are filling it somehow automatically.
Yeah, I just press E to interact with it. While inside a vehicle, you can interact with pretty much anything, including bases. Like, if I wanted to, I could interact with a bunker base, and I can pull out the diesel and store the diesel in this. And this will hold 25 diesel. So it holds either cans, or like whatever you can hold in your hand in one inventory slot, this will just hold 25 of that. So a can of... but there's another way to do it. So you've seen me fill up these bases or these refineries by personal. There is another way that you can fill them, because on this refinery, if you jump out, if you press E on the refinery, you'll see that, in the middle it'll have oil to petrol, right? Just as a basic thing.
Mm-hmm.
You can also do many more different things with it. We've got upgrades down the bottom right. They're things that we can upgrade it into. I'm going to do one with the cracking unit to make the heavy oil, but that's for later technology. And then the petrochemical plant is like tier 4 technology that's like 10 days away or something. It's pretty far down the line. But down the bottom right above that, do you see liquid tank status? And so it'll say oil and it says empty. So again, what I can click on is I can click the refill button. And so this is just another way to refill it. It will automatically turn all of that oil into petrol. But I think it puts it in the public slot. So everything in the top right, anyone can access because that's like a public slot.
Yeah, in the top right, where the stockpile.
Yeah, so that's the actual inventory stockpile. In the top left, that's like the temporary inventory. So you can put items in all of these like buildings and structures temporarily. It's the same with a bunker base. You would have seen it with a bunker base like over here. Just the top left is just whatever people have chucked in, and then you can submit it to the stockpile, and both of them are public,
Yeah,
pretty
yeah,
much.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I did this few times already.
Yep, so every building is the same, they all have that as well. But yeah, we're just filling this one up, the long way. But the idea is if this had like pipes connecting from here into the power station, then that oil will eventually turn into public petrol, which just gets pumped directly into the station, and everything stays full.
Hmm.
See, I'm not sure what to do about this train track because the pipeline's going to go there eventually. If you press E and look at inside the truck, you can see they're disappearing one by one. It takes like 5 seconds or whatever for each one to disappear. There's only 3 left. And it only filled at about a quarter. That means each refinery will hold 100 cans, pretty much.
Yeah, yeah. Uh, I was like, I didn't saw the last 3 mentioned petrol, but you can scroll down the wheel, so yeah, yeah. It was they was down there.
Yep. I'll do one more and then I can show you a salvage trip. So it's also good to have petrol on hand if we're going to go do a salvage trip, because basically the nearest salvage is 2 auto producers or 2 salvage mines in town that just auto collect salvage. They just make it. And you can pick it up with one of those trucks, ideally. One of those dump trucks will hold 20 slots. Between the two, you got to sit there for a while, and I've put some tanks there to keep them auto stocked up because you have to refuel them as well with petrol. So if you shift click, it will gather 3 at a time. If you individually click, like in the top right, it'll gather 1 at a time.
I am not able to interact with the building from like my side, or
Yeah, it's probably your side. It's probably just the driver. Anyway,
yeah, makes sense.
this will be the last oil load for a little while, and then. So I also use this vehicle on the base just to move liquids around while we don't have pipes, no pipe technology. So I have to use this vehicle to like move back and forth, move petrol into the vehicle, into the buildings and stuff.
Yeah, I see, I see.
Yep, so we can just interact with the power station like that. It connects the hose, it's auto refilling diesel. So that's liquids done for a little while. I'll let you do this one. Hop in the truck, let me reserve it for us. Alright, so just go take a left and go through town. Take a left here and then a left at the road.
Okay.
And right here and go straight. So take a right. Yep, now just go straight. It should just be straight all the way, I think. Right here a bit. Yeah, go right. So these are the mass production factories. There's a mass production on the right and 2 factories on the left, right here. This is where you actually make all of the weapons, ammo, grenades, all that stuff, maintenance supplies. Oh, stop here for a sec. This is the engineering center, this blue one. So go in front of it, and then you can press E, and you can actually, yeah, you can see this is the technology. So you have to submit the rare alloys. You take those rare alloys that you find out in the field to a refinery, refine them into like iron alloy and aluminium plate, and then you donate it here, and that donation increases the research count. And you can actually see what tiers we have. There's two icons at the top to switch between vehicles and manufacturing.
Yeah.
Alright, take a left down here.
It's hard to tell which is left when it's, you know, like, yeah.
And drive over that vent. Yeah. Yep, and this should just be straight all the way, pretty much. Yep, good ride. And go right. Sorry, it's back there. It's like straight ahead. Yep, around that truck. I think someone else just finished a salvage, yep. So they got a full load of salvage, go straight ahead over that platform, and there's two machines behind it. Good, my fuel tanks are still here. Nice. And so you just press E to interact with the salvage thing, hold shift and left click to pick up 300 salvage at a time, and it'll start filling the truck.
And I'm clicking it until like 100%.
Until you're completely full, yeah.
Yeah, we are probably full.
Okay.
It says 100%, so...
No, that's only the weight. You can go above 100% for weight. If you look at the inventory slots in the truck itself, after you press E, you can see your own inventory. Scroll up and down and make sure all 20 slots are full.
Yep, they are full.
Alright, back it up and we're going to go to the refinery. So if you want to know where that is, I hit M or N. M for map, and it's the hammer symbol in town. Basically.
Okay, so back to town and
Yeah.
to the for the hammer symbol. Okay.
Yep. Now the sad thing is BMATs. You can convert these into BMATs, or convert them into diesel, or convert them into, I forget what the other one is. I think it's explosive powder, like just base explosive powder. So it'd be good if you turn these into BMATs, because you need BMATs for everything. BMATs to make soldier supplies, BMATs to make grenades, BMATs to make guns, BMATs to make ammo. BMATs are for everything.
I see.
And remember to make sure that the tab that you select is personal. So the tab up in the top of the middle when you interact with the refinery, it'll say personal or it'll say public. If you make it public, everything that it is making goes directly into the stockpile in the top right. If it's personal,
I see.
yeah, if it's personal, it just stays in the middle. So yeah, interact with it. You can only interact with this from the front, I think, in the front side. So what I do is
I can interact with it.
Yep, so you see there's three salvages up the top. One goes into BMATs, one goes into whatever. Shift, left click it next to the BMATs. And it will dump the entire truck straight away in there to make BMATs.
Sorry, shift click next to the BMATs?
No, on the salvage icon next to the BMATs. Just shift and left click that. And it will just dump the whole lot straight into that. Yep, and now you see it's making it, and it has a time. It tells you how long that's going to take.
8 minutes.
Yep, so we got 8 minutes to go do something else. So we can go back to base, get a truck. That'll probably be the next thing. So yeah, just park this back at the base and we'll grab a leatherback truck, or I might have to take another one. I think 2 of mine got pinched since yesterday. Base is
Which
just
base
to
you
the
have in
right.
mind?
So this is also a field construction thing here. This is where I made those fuel silos, those little fuel containers. I made them on that platform. It's 100 BMATs and a hammer, and you just build it on this square platform thing here. And then you have to like crane it away or crane it onto a flatbed.
That one in front of us.
Yep, so that's a construction platform.
Yeah.
It's known as like a
Ah.
field station or something. There's also a
You can
vehicle. If you go straight ahead, go around it here. Now go left. On the right here though, see this in front of you? This is a garage. You can build vehicles in here with BMATs. You just bring BMATs and a hammer, and you just build vehicles and stuff, and it's all right here, straight, ready to go. Otherwise, base is straight ahead. We've got a big field hospital here, so you can chuck dead bodies or whatever, people dying inside there, and reclaim respawns.
Yeah, nice. I was wondering how does that work.
Yep. So, have a park in the base somewhere up here or somewhere, and we'll go grab a leatherback truck, a regular truck. Alright, you should be able to drive this. And we'll go pick up your BMATs and I'll show you how to make stuff.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep.
I just got disconnected. It
Okay.
seems like I'm on the home island. I will be there in a minute.
Okay. Let me know where you spawn and I'll come pick you up.
Yeah. Yeah, in the town base.
Alright, on the way.
You were honking? You was?
I just
Yeah,
honked.
I see you. Yeah.
Yeah, you drive. You need to learn this town.
Okay. I think you should know that I don't have a driver license in real life, so...
Oh, that's alright. You just go back, reverse up. We're going up that way.
Up you mean north, like for the beams?
Yeah, go north. Yeah, back to the refinery. So to the hammer symbol, and you're going to pick up all those beams. So it's the same deal. Where you shift clicked it on the salvage to put the salvage in that slot, those beams are now collecting in the I-beam or the in the beam
Yeah,
slot
yeah,
or
yeah.
beam slot. You shift left click that and it will pull out all of those beams and put them in the truck.
Okay, okay. There is like 700.
Yep, just shift left click it. Is there a timer still? Is it still going?
Yeah, 2 minutes and 20 seconds.
Okay, you can wait that if you want.
Yeah, I will take this time for, you know, like, but yeah, what's the word? Just I will go to
Toilet,
the room
drink, all of
where
that.
yeah, yeah, where the king even goes himself or something like that.
A water closet.
So yeah, yeah, yeah. Be right back.
Might be a good time to run some ads since it's going to take 2 minutes. Yep, sounds good to me. And Exy may be joining us soon. We'll have the whole squad here nearly.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back.
And 20 more seconds.
So yeah, just wait it out. It should be 750, I think, which is half a truck full. So what you can do is you can do like 2 loads with the salvage truck to put salvage in, and then wait the 12 minutes or whatever it's going to take at that point, and then you can bring 1 truck and it'll be 1 full B-mats in the truck. And you know how
Okay.
important they are on the front line, right? Delivering 1500 B-mats to the front line is a very noble thing to do, because they needed to repair the bunkers, they needed to repair all the tanks, all the vehicles, to build stuff, to build watchtowers. Everything takes B-mats. B-mats is life. So now
Yeah.
go right here. So the mass production factory and the factories were just up there on the right. Now here's the difference. The mass production factory will build everything that the factories can, except soldier supplies and a few niche things. But the difference is the mass production factory, you can build more, and every one that you build, it offers you a 10% discount. So it makes it cheaper the more that you try to build. So for example, let's say you want to build 1 soldier supply pack of like 10 or 20 respawns. That will cost you like 200 BMATs. Then you build the next one, it's only 190. You build another one, it's only 180. So for bulk processing, it makes a discount. So what you do, if you find something you want to build, and so let's say for example, and something we need at the base more than anything is maintenance supplies. So if you click on at the top in the middle, the petrol symbol or the diesel, you'll see there's one thing you can make in there, and that's maintenance supplies.
Yes.
So click that. If you left click on that, you'll see it form in the queue on the right hand side. So you can only build one type of thing at a time. Now because this is mass production, some of these things will also take multiple hours. So if you click on, let's say, the helmet symbol, these are the uniforms. So we got physicians outfits now. They're 100 BMATs each. You will get a discount up to 50% the more that you make. What would you like to make, do you think? We can also make mammon grenades, but that takes explosive powder. So all the grenades in the second tab, they take explosive powder. The RPGs,
Are you waiting for them to build
20 mil
here so you can take
guns.
them?
Yeah.
The first tab has your ammunition. It's all just BMATs. Just BMATs. You can make the Loftcaster gun, the
Okay, I love how we
7.62
did
ammo. All of that is just purely BMATs. Again, you can see the technology, a lot of it is not unlocked. So we don't have much we can work with right now. The last two tabs are a vehicle. I'd rather not do anything from the last two tabs because what you have to do is they will spawn on this pad over here as a crate. It's like, it'll say over it when you mouse over it, like crate of 3. When you unlock it, it spawns on this pad as a massive crate, and then you have to move it with a crane and a flatbed to a shipping depot or a storage depot so it can be unpacked. So don't worry about the last two tabs. But this is mass production. You can do up to like 8 of them at a time. I think 8 builds per craft or whatever. And so if you just want to build any of that, otherwise across the road here we have the factory. So if you back up over here, these factories also build the same stuff. There is no discount and you can only build 4 at a time. So it's got the same tabs: ammunition, second tab, grenades and stuff. Tab after that, the shells and tank ammunitions. But then it's also got the spanner symbol, so you can make barbed wire, the binoculars, which are super useful, the wrenches, the radios, the gas mask filters, the shovels. All of that stuff is very useful. The sandbags, the metal beams. You can make all of that in that tab. We still got maintenance supplies, which we can make. This is where you have to make the soldier supplies. So if you want to make a ton of them, you can never have too many of them. You can just click 4 times to queue up 4, and then you have to click the plus arrow. It's only 320 BMATs for 4 soldier supplies. And it's only going to take 2 minutes, I think, by the looks of that.
So, what do you think we should make?
I'm happy for soldier supplies. I mean, what I need is maintenance supplies, but they're very expensive.
And the soldier supplies, we can make them in the mass factory too, or?
No, I think that was something that was missing.
Okay. So I will queue them up here in this factory then.
Yep, and there's a second factory right next to this one, just right over here. And so you can queue up another 4 and build 8, because there's 2 factories.
Okay, so I have queued up the 4 soldier supplies, and to confirm that I need to click on that plus button,
Yeah,
right?
you click on the play, the little triangle, and that will start crafting it. And you'll see a time pop up, and it will say how long.
5 minutes.
Perfect. Alright, if you got more BMATs to spare, come over to this factory. So again, I always just look for the big green plus. If it's a standard regular factory, look for the green plus.
Oh, sorry.
And you know it's a factory. So then in this one you can do another 4 soldier supplies. They come out as crates, so they will be like, it'll say crates of 10 or something like that.
Yep.
So
I almost ran you over, sorry.
You're good. So yeah.
Okay, so we still have like 500. No, sorry, 397.
Okay. It's up to you if you want to make physician jackets. You could probably make 3 of them in the last tab.
Also in this factory or in the mass factory?
You can do these at the same time. Or the mass factory, does that have it? Let me check. Oh yeah, you can do it at the mass factory for bigger discounts. Maybe you can make 4 of them over here, because it'll discount for every one you make. Could you do 4 or 5?
It will take 2 hours. It says it will take 2 hours.
Yeah, so that's mass production, I guess. It's cheaper, but it's going to take a long time. Factories are a lot quicker, but there's no discount.
Okay.
So that's fine. Don't have to worry about that. That'll cook for a while. And then these ones, you're just going to pick them up when they're done. So did you do soldier supplies, both of these?
Sorry, what?
You did soldier supplies in both of these, right? 4 in this one, 4 in that?
Yes. Right,
Alright,
right.
so that's only going to take, was it 2 minutes?
Uh, 2 more minutes. 2 minutes 40 seconds.
Okay. You'll also see in the inventory in the top left, people put spare crates there as well. So if you got spare room in the truck, feel free to pick up any of those crates. And then you can deliver them either to the seaport, to the town base in town. I think the seaport would be a good one. And this is how you get like commended. You mainly get like commended by other players for doing deliveries like this. That's how you get the most commends in the game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you want to bring a full truck if possible. Let's check the other factory, see what's in the top left inventory. Yeah, they got 2 crates of bandages. So any spare inventory space in the truck left over, just pick up all of those crates and we can go down to the shipping yard in town and deliver that. That's mainly how we're gonna deal with like helping out the front. Because someone in a ship will come along, pick up those supplies and deliver them to the front. That's what we do as backline logistics. If you're midline, you'll be going to like a storage depot south of here. I can show you where one of them is. So it's the same as the shipyard, it's just a storage depot that keeps crates of stuff. You pick up those crates in the truck, and then you drive them to the front line, and you get commended. And that's pretty much it.
Mm-hmm. And if, for instance, we now have still like 200 BMATs in the truck, if we don't want to make anything more, can we like take it and put it into the factory in that shared stockpile?
Yeah,
Or
so you can give it to public, or what I've been doing lately is, just so I don't make them go to waste, so I don't have to do so many trips, is I'll deliver them to the bunker base at the base, and you can withdraw out of that to do like a full truckload of more manufacturing again.
okay.
Yeah, so you can deposit them in a bunker base, or you can put them back in the factory. Some people just put them back in the factory. I think I saw the factory before had 11,000 BMATs that people have just left there.
Yep. This one is complete, so I just click on
Get in the
the
truck. Make sure you're in the truck when you
yeah.
do it. Otherwise, carrying them on your person is painful and you'll be so heavy. So just jump in the truck and do it, and it just fills the truck straight away.
Yep. Okay, so 8 crates of soldier supplies.
Yep, and if you go back to the one behind, did you get those as well? Are they nearly finished?
Yeah, I have eight crates. We have
Okay.
it all.
Alright, in the top left inventory, grab whatever other crates are just sitting there, just waiting. So they're like player deposited crates. They deposited because they didn't have enough room to pick them up. So they just sat it there in the top left.
Okay, we are full. I deposit there like 50 BMATs and took the last crate.
Yep, there's only explosive powder in the mass production factory. So... did you check the factory behind as well, in the top left inventory?
Yep, there was 2 crates of bandages.
Okay, so you got all that in the truck?
Yep.
Okay, so now we're going to go down to the port, so go straight ahead, back down towards like the town base where we were. There should be a road that goes to the seaport. Yeah, and then right here.
Yeah, and the seaport is the anchor on the minimap, right?
It looks like a shed with a crane.
That's it. Yeah, this. Yeah. It's a shipyard, and
Yep.
I see the seaport. Okay.
Yep, and when you mouse over it on your map, you can actually see what it's holding. So, for example, it's got 124 crates of BMATs. It's got 556 crates of 7.62 ammo, and so on. It's got a lot of stuff. It's got 71
Yeah.
crates of diesel. The difference is that crates of diesel, one crate of diesel is one diesel. There is no difference between the crate and the actual container. But when it comes to like ammo, if you've got a stack of 7.62, that's one 7.62 which reloads one gun, one magazine. But a crate of 7.62 is like 20 7.62 ammo.
Yeah, I see.
It's kind of hard to get to. I think it's a small road. I think I see it. You have to go into it from like the east, northeast part, and then there's a road that goes down to meets up the seaport. Yeah, just go straight here, and I think very soon there is a right-hand turn. Yeah, I think right here, and then it'll go down to the seaport.
That's a bus.
Yeah, we got buses now, which is good. You can manufacture buses. They're really good for delivering like 20 soldiers to the front at a time.
Yeah.
And then this road here on the left, yep. And then it's going to be a hard left down here, and then that goes down to the seaport. So there's a lot of etiquette around how you're supposed to park at the front of these things to deliver goods and take goods. You can go forward a bit. I think you can just go in front of... Yeah, just go close, but don't go on the pad. Just go as close as you can until you can interact with it. Somewhere here? Yeah, press E. Can you do it?
Nope,
Get
not
a
yet.
little bit closer, a little bit. Try there.
Yep,
Yep.
I'm fine. And
Now,
I will deposit all crates
so
there.
right click on a crate in your inventory and go submit all to stockpile. That'll chuck your entire thing in there.
Done.
And then in the top left you may get commended by players if it notified people, and they can click to commend you for your hard work. If not, we just go make another delivery. But that's pretty much it. That's all we do in the back line. So you might be thinking at this point, what's the point of a base then? If we can make all this just doing deliveries and stuff to the refinery, what's the point of making a base? The base makes materials that we can't get any other way. So assembly materials 1 through 5, construction materials, and what's called pecons or processed construction materials. They are all necessary for certain vehicles. So in order to build tanks and stuff, you have to make a factory yourself. You have to make your own production plant. There's also the modification bays. So in order to turn one of these trucks, you can build this truck at 100 BMATs at the garage, or you can build this truck at the mass production factory, ship it to a seaport like this, and then you deposit it or unpackage it, and then you can pull out these trucks one by one. And again, you see the two platforms here? They will spawn on those platforms and then you just drive them out, and some people put a refueling can here.
I see.
There's a refueling can over there someone dropped. Yep. So there's different ways to do that, but the stations or the two vehicle stations I have at the base, they can modify these vehicles. So if you want to put like snow tracks on it so it can drive off-road faster, you have to take it to a modification station that is only player made. So there's a lot of stuff that you can only do at your own production plant. Same with petrol. The only way to get petrol here is build your own refinery, put oil in it, and then it turns it into petrol. And then all of the higher production stuff as well.
Yeah, I see. So should I drive back to the scrapyard or somewhere?
Yeah, you can go back to the base if you want to grab a dump truck. And now you know that you can do two deliveries. Again, the technology is not really there so much for the deliveries because we've only got physician jackets, maintenance supplies, and it takes a full 1500 BMATs at the mass production factory. to do the full 8 or 10 maintenance supplies, and that's what I'm doing next. That's my next goal. Get the maintenance supplies cooking and pull them out as well. So if you want me to drive, I can pull out all those maintenance supplies waiting.
You can drive back to the base. I think I forgot where it is.
All right.
Okay, so I get it that the BMATs are bread and butter of this game. Everything
Yep.
is made out of the BMATs. So if I have like some time to spare, I can just farm truck full of BMATs, bring it to the front, and into the which building I will submit these BMATs.
You can do it to wherever the front line is, and sometimes the front line's hard to find. Like, where exactly is everyone trying to build from, to build trenches, to push, all of that sort of stuff. So with the leftover BMATs you have in this truck, I'm just going to chuck them in the thing here. So the maintenance supplies go in this maintenance tunnel. These maintenance tunnels basically prevent the decay and the destruction of everything around, like the whole base pretty much.
Mm-hmm. And it have some range around it, right?
Yeah, so you can actually adjust that range so that you're looking after only your structures and not someone else's nearby and stuff. So there's also relic bases. So you got bunker bases like this one here, relic bases. I'm just going to chuck the BMATs in here. Feel free to pull the BMATs out of here if you want to make something real quick.
Mm-hmm.
So there's nearly 7,000 BMATs just chilling in there. I need to do a salvage run myself, get some salvage and do a massive BMAT run as well.
And if I want to get some salvage, let's say I will make a car for it, and I don't have to do the manual thing. I can just go to the salvage mine and do it the way we did it. No one will blame me for that, right?
Yeah, no, it's a public, it's a public thing. Some people, wait their turn. So if there's two vehicles there, like one's waiting at one mine, one's waiting at the other, you just wait behind them and wait till they're finished, then you can start collecting. So feel free to have the other
Okay.
truck. I'll lock it and reserve it so no one else can mess with it. I jump out real quick. Okay, it's good. So you got that. You can drive that around for half an hour. It should be fine.
Yeah, it seems like I'm having some connection issue again. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, I'm okay.
So I can show you another shortcut. If you want to go another way, that's basically just a straight road. You can cut across here and take this other south roads, and that will just go straight to the mine. Because I usually come back this way. It's the fastest way back from the salvage mines.
Ah, I see. When you are going off-road, you are pretty slow, so it's good for
Yeah.
ambush.
Yeah, so if, again, that's why those, like, modification factories that players can make, you can modify these vehicles to put snow tracks on them. They lose top speed on the roads, but they gain a lot of speed if you're going off-road.
I see, I see.
So yeah, it's just full speed. If you drive as fast as you can, you'll pretty much aim straight there. So some people do this with the flatbeds. They get a salvage container. They fill the salvage container by sitting the container in front of them. It auto-fills the container, and then they crane it on the truck and drive it away.
The container have bigger capacity than this truck?
Yeah, I think it's got 5,000. These have 4,000. But these are good enough. I find these fast enough to do deliveries and stuff.
Yeah, I have only 400 in this one.
That's fine. We're gonna chill here and we're gonna wait. I'll top us up while we're here. So these, when you're interacting with these as well, you notice you have those petrol symbols, so you can also auto-connect fuel from these canisters to fill them up.
Mm-hmm.
It says they're all out of petrol nearby anyway. But if you want to, out of the top left inventory, why is there mortars in here? Like, that is so dumb. Those mortars, they should be like in a base or something somewhere. But yeah, if you want to grab one of those fuel cans, I usually always drive around when I'm doing a lot of logi and stuff. You can carry one fuel can on you while you drive, and you won't be encumbered. You won't be, once you reach 100%, you cannot get in a vehicle. And so all you do is you hold right click, like looking at a vehicle, and then you hold left click to fill it up. I just filled this up though. But yeah, you can fill up anytime. If you're about to run out of fuel, you can always fill yourself up.
Okay. And I can do this with this, like, this mine thing too, or?
Yeah, so you can also fill up the mine manually if you want to, but because they're already full of diesel, they're running on petrol right now. Petrol is a more refined fuel, it's a higher efficiency, so they last a lot longer on petrol, and they produce more than diesel. So each like 5 seconds or
See.
whatever it is, on diesel they make 11 or so, roughly 10 or 11. On petrol they make 30. So they make a lot
Yeah.
more and it lasts a lot longer. As for vehicles, I run all my vehicles on diesel because I don't see a difference between the top speed, the handling, anything between petrol and diesel, and all the endurance, like the distance. It feels the same to me. So I just run all vehicles on diesel. I run all factories and stuff on petrol. So there is a universal color code for these things as well. I mean, blue is meant to be petrol. I think green or yellow. No, I think yellow is diesel.
Yeah, I think I saw the two containers before. One was orange or yellow, and the other one was blue, I think.
Yep, so blue's usually petrol and yellow is diesel. That's sort of the general thing. I prefer pink, diesel, green, petrol because I think it matches their natural colors a bit better. Grey is meant to be empty. I think someone mentioned about like a general color code that people use in the game. I might actually drop that truck there back to the base, come back and then pick this up.
Which truck?
This leatherback one over here.
I can go with you and bring you back.
Oh yeah, if you want. Yeah, just make sure you loot one more. Keep the salvage mine empty. People can read and check the salvage mines by mousing over them on the map, and they can see how much is waiting in there. So if you keep them empty, people won't be back for a little while. They know that someone's collecting.
Okay.
Yep, so you always keep them empty before you duck off and do something. So yeah. We need a second truck at the base, so I'll just drop this one back at the base. And there's a spare tanker if you want it. You can probably get that one as well. Oh, someone built a road to cut through it. I see. Holy shit, they are pumping the vehicles out of here. Look at that. Yep, so we've got 2 leatherbacks, 2 dump trucks. Yeah, go right. I'll grab that petrol tanker as well. We might as well have that in case you want to do oil runs.
Okay,
We
okay.
can both do oil runs at the same time. And then Exy or Basker may be coming online at some point, and then they'll join us for some more logi fun. That's also why in the back line it's good to have a wrench on you. And if you just have a wrench, you can wrench any vehicle open if they're locked.
Even enemies.
Yeah, even enemy vehicles. Alright, let's go grab the last of that salvage. We should be out of here.
I can go that way, right?
Do you want me to drive?
Or
I can get there real quick. No. That, you were going the right way. You were going the right way down the road. It's just straight along this road. Just straight as fast as you can drive and you'll end up in the correct spot.
okay, okay.
And then go so fast that you can't turn left, you just go straight ahead.
Yeah.
Cool, I had a nice 1,000 waiting for me. So we should be full now.
Yep, I'm full.
So you can do another BMAT run, and then feel free to come back here if you want to do a 1500 BMAT in a leatherback, and then you can make all of those maintenance supplies, or you can make the physician's outfit, soldier's uniform. You can make whatever you want in those factories. I remember at the end of last war we had a serious soldier supply issue. We had no respawns. at one of our bases.
And if I die, then one soldier supply equal one dead man,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I have heard,
Yeah.
I don't know how true it is, but I have heard that there is such a thing as a critical death, where one death can actually equal like 3 soldier supplies or something.
And this game is just incredible.
So the salvage can also be delivered to factories at the base as well. And those factories you can make, you know, the construction materials. And then assembly mats too, just needs petrol and salvage.
And if I those supplies bring to the seaport, they will eventually get onto the front.
Yep.
Via the ships or
Yeah,
even like trucks.
yeah, the ships. The ships will do, I think, even bigger deliveries than trucks can. I remember doing a bunch of frontline logi with Xe. That how many times we actually came to this very seaport. I do remember coming to this seaport. If our supply depot didn't have any, this is where we came. Because this is one of the
And
closest to the front line.
I see. And all the rivers are accessible via the ships, right? All the water I can see on the map is accessible via the ships.
Yeah, pretty much.
And you need to build transport ship or some kind of transport ship in the dock, and then you will bring it to the seaport, you will load it with the supplies, and then you go the way you need to go up to the front, right?
Yeah, and then they'll take it to the front, and I think they have to offload it at another shipyard. So there's usually some kind of forward shipyard, or maybe this is the one they actually bring it to, and a lot of frontline logi will actually come back to this town. Like I mentioned before, we had to. So we had a town, if you zoom out on the map, I was usually in the procession, so Callahan's Passage. I was usually in that hex for the most of War 117. And we were looking at Procession, Whitechapel, Cragstown. We had to drive up through Harpy back into the Reaching Trail to go to Knight's Church. And Knight's Church has a supply depot. That storage depot is where we would pull everything from. Right now it looks pretty dead. There's like nothing in there. If that was empty, we would instead from Whitechapel come east out here to the Viper Pit and come up to this sea dock, to this seaport just to grab supplies, because if they weren't at that supply depot, this was the next closest place.
I see.
Otherwise, if you look down the river directly from this seaport, there is another seaport that we just own. It's right next to the conflict border between the colonials and us. There is a seaport there, and that's got plenty of supplies in it. Again, we don't have much technology right now, so for the most part, I'm purely focusing on maintenance supplies to keep the base going. And BMATs, because you can never have too many BMATs, ever.
Yeah, I think I will soon start to see some memes about the BMATs on the Facebook or whatever.
Probably.
Hello, good sir.
Well, hello. I got 100 diesel waiting there. So what I do with diesel as well is I'm going to grab a fuel truck. If there is, if those, what do you call them? Those containers have more than 100 because they take 100 petrol or 100 diesel. If I cap out on that, I just put the excess inside the power station itself. just in the public supply.
Where? Into what?
So like the storage. So in the top right inventory, different buildings have different things you can store in the top right inventory.
Ah, okay.
But a petrol station can take any like fuel container or anything. You can store diesel, petrol, or coal. Are the three things that a petrol station can take in the public supply.
This truck I have, that's only for the scrap. Nothing else I can
Yeah,
scrap
or
and the other
scrap,
thing, right?
coal, sulfur, components,
Yeah, raw
and
material.
yeah, just all the raw materials. Yes.
So I need, I need the letter bag for the BMATs. Right,
Yep.
yes. It will make sense in some time for me.
Yeah, that's alright. Yep. And so remember, like, I made all that diesel with salvage sitting in the refinery. Because it's my personal stash or my personal pickup, if I shift left click it, it instantly puts 25 in the truck and it's already full. If it's the public supply in the top right, like the public diesel and whatever, I can only pull 3 of them at a time. I think they did that so that people would stop griefing the enemy team. Like they would make like alt accounts or something and grief the enemy team. It's so dumb though because it just affects both sides so bad.
Yeah. And the locking of the vehicles, it works exactly how? If I will build new car and I will lock it for myself, it will stay locked forever, or it will unlock after some time? Or?
It stays locked until someone like me comes along with a wrench and I can unlock it. But what you can do is you can
Yeah, the
reserve it.
range.
So the other thing you can do is when you press E on it and you look at it, you'll see some icons next to the lock symbol, reserve for active squad, reserve for squad, they both do the same thing pretty much, and then make public,
Yeah.
so you can unreserve it. So what I do is I will unreserve it and then I'll reserve it. It says it's only reserved for 30 minutes. People can still get in it and drive it. So if they wrench it open, they can get in it, but they cannot touch the inventory. They cannot withdraw and they cannot deposit.
I see. May I borrow this one, the leather bag?
Oh yeah, go for it. Yeah, that's what they're all here for. These are all for anyone doing stuff in and out of the base and making stuff. You want to do deliveries, anything you want to do. You want to drive it to the front line, I don't mind. We can make another one. It's just 100 BMATs for any vehicle over in that garage. We can make tons of vehicles.
Okay. There are some buildings which are like static, which doesn't change war to war, but most of the buildings, I mean like the layout of the cities change from war to war, right?
I think it's all of the resource things. So all the cities look the same to me. All the roads look the same. But the trenches are player made, the bunkers are player made. Any of the facilities like the one I have, that's all player made. It's all got to be on foundations too. But everything else is the same. And all they do, I think, is switch around the resources. So what was once a coal mine is now an oil field. This sulfur mine is now a coal mine. You know, they switch the resources. So you have to change your plan of attack. My last base, last war, was in Brody Town. Brody Town had oil, it had components, it had salvage. Everything was in that one hex except coal. And that is my goal, because I don't need infinite coal, but I need infinite everything else.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, like when I look on the map or the minimap, each blue thing on that is player made, or some of them are not?
Every single one of those player made... Sorry. It depends on the blue thing, because my base lights up in blue, right? You see all the blue icons on my base. One of them's a maintenance hatch, a bunch of them are transfer stations, some of them are the vehicle bays. Those are player made.
Yeah.
But everything in town, the mass production factory, engineering factory, refinery, the shipping yard, all of those blue icons in the middle of the town and the medic station, that's all permanent.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah. So yeah, even the garage is static, construction yard is static, refinery is static. It doesn't change. Yeah. But
Yep.
okay, I think I see a little bit of different shade of the color of the icons maybe, which are like permanent and which are like player made.
Yeah, a little bit. I noticed the maintenance hatches around. I see them in town. The vehicle bays or vehicle construction hangar bays, and all of the resource transfer stations have that little arrow, so you can pick up and deposit. So some of them can be reserved, and some of them cannot be reserved. So for example, a fuel transfer station, if you're trying to transfer loads of fuel, a fuel transfer station holds 4 of those large round containers. So the one at my base, right, that holds 100, a fuel transfer station can hold 400. So they're designed to take delivery of flatbeds full of those containers at a time.
I see. In that seaport where we delivered the soldier supplies before, it seems like there is only 9 crates of soldier supplies. It means like, yeah, they need a lot. Okay, I will make
But it's
another soldier
9
supply.
crates in the seaport, which is each crate is like 10 or 20, isn't it? So that's actually 120-ish soldier supplies or something. So it's not nothing, but it's also not much. You are right.
Yeah, okay. And yeah, amount of the things in crate is different with with each item, right? Yeah, it's like 20 soldier supplies in the crate, but like 50, I don't know, like ammunition or something like that.
Yeah, so ammunition crates are, 10 ammunition crates can easily be like 400 bullets, which is enough for a bunker base for a good while.
Yeah, I see. And in the seaport, I see 5 trucks which are in crate and 8 trucks which are not in the crate. That means, what does that mean?
So vehicles that are crated, I think like in the mass production factory, it will tell you when you look at it that a vehicle crate, like a flatbed crate, contains 3 flatbeds. And so you have to unpack it at a seaport or storage depot. So a crate of vehicles is usually 3, but an individual vehicle is just 1.
I see. Okay. Thank you. I know that my question might be exhausting, so yeah, thank you.
No, you're good. This is good for me and good for everyone else.
And when I am in the city like this one, and I am in the center, it seems like it's either a lot foggy Or it's like the pollution from the factories, or
It could be, I'm not sure.
yeah, just a little detail I see when it seems like it's like foggy or cloudy or something like that.
Oh, this truck's full of crap. B-mats and diesel. Put the B-mats over here. Where can I put this stuff? Damn, all the salvage.
Mm, I get killed few times with a bayonet in the front line. Is it worth to create bayonets? Because
Yeah.
for wardens, I didn't see. We didn't have them in the bunker. We did not bayonets. So, but I yeah. So it's worth to create them. Okay.
I think so, definitely.
And it can be attached to any rifle or some specific rifles.
I think it's only certain rifles, but it requires the Osprey attachment, I think.
Ah, yeah, I see. Each rifle tell you if you can mount it there or not.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. And if I don't see anything in the seaport, that means that it's not there, right? I don't see any crates of bayonets in the seaport. It means there is 0 crates, right? Or maybe not, because there is supplies which are 0.
Yeah, if they say 0 next to them, there's none.
Yeah, but I don't see the icon of the bayonet in the seaport. It means I cannot deliver it there, or
There may not be any potential.
okay.
we're going to empty truck. So another thing you can do with like the BMATs as an example and stuff, if you're trying to make a delivery to a seaport or front line or something, instead of shift left clicking to pick all up and put it in the truck, if you right click instead and go receive all as crates, it will crate up whatever it can and put as many crates as possible in your truck.
Okay. And is there any like request list which thing people need on front?
No. Usually you drive the truck there and people just start yelling at you, we need grenades, we need ammo, 7.62, we need 20 mil, we need 12.7, we need soldier supplies. You'll know.
So pencil and a paper and write it all down and then bring it back. Okay.
Yeah, or just be like, tough shit, we ain't got any of that, we got none of that at all, and that's when you take up life as a backline logi player and actually make the stuff, because if no one's making it, then you're in trouble. Oh man. Can I do it from this side? Yep.
Yeah, I get into the seaport myself.
Just manufacturing maintenance supplies at the moment at the factories.
Ah, yeah. Okay. Now they are in the seaport, the icon of the bayonets, so they wasn't there. I need to bring them
Yep.
there. Okay.
Yep.
The left, in the left top left corner, I see that I'm driving the Dune transport, and beneath that, there is some line which is
Fuel.
depleting. That's fuel. Oh, okay. Think I thought that it's HP of the truck. Does it take damage when I collide with some other vehicle or a building?
No. If there was collision damage in this game, no one would have a vehicle for longer than 5 minutes.
Yeah, that's true. But you can like blow it away with grenades, or does like rifles do anything to vehicles?
Yes, absolutely. So I've been shot like 5 or 6 times on the road. As soon as these trucks get below 80% health, they are disabled. There is the second tier trucks, which we will build in 2 days, I think, when the technology unlocks. They're the ones with the more pointy nose vehicles, with the bigger leather on the back. They're a much bigger truck. They also have 2 gears. They get disabled below 50% health, and they're armored as well. So they're a lot better for a lot of things. They also have like enough torque to carry an attachment behind them. So you might have seen some people driving trucks that also have like a mini fuel tanker or like a trailer on the back of it.
Yeah, I see this only in videos so far, so yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, we haven't had a long enough war recently. This war will be a long
Yeah.
one though.
Yeah, I'm just amazed by this game. It's just cool. I'm really, most people don't like the artillery. Or when I saw some videos about the Foxhole, everyone in the video was crying about the artillery, that the most people don't like it, and maybe I am different, but I am looking forward to get bombarded by artillery.
I had a lot of fun on
Maybe,
artillery, but it's good to switch it up. Like filling the shells is very monotonous, but if once in a while you get to fire, or once in a while you get to be the spotter, then it's a lot of fun because you're being part of it.
yeah, that's something which I think I will take the most interest in this game, like artillery or firing, spotting. Yeah, I think that it will be my thing in this game. But yeah, as you said, it's every content creator which video I have saw, everyone told you that you should change the role you are doing, or you will burn out from this game pretty fast.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that.
When I'm done with anything I was doing and I want to park the car somewhere, I will just like, I don't, it's locked for me, I think you said, but should I care about something, or I will just leave it there and go away, or?
I just leave it on the base. So on the right hand side of that
Yeah.
like side road is where I just chuck all the vehicles.
Yep, I put it next to the one with the, like the cistern, the gas thing. I
Yep.
think.
Yeah, the diesel truck.
Yeah, diesel truck. I'm going to take a break for like 20 minutes or something, and then I will be back. So anyway, I can contact you in the future, or you might contact me if you need help with something.
Yeah,
I would
you're
help you.
you're in the squad unless you want to leave the squad and go back to the front and do some stuff. Totally up to you.
Okay. So thank you very much for now. It was, I believe it was exhausting for you, but I really appreciate it. Thank you for the information and for your time, and farewell.
That's alright. Thanks for coming and I hope you enjoyed it.
Yeah, I will. I will probably be back in like 20 minutes or something. So, see ya. Bye
Alright,
bye.
see you in a bit. Alrighty. Got soldier supplies for the seaport. Deliveries in town don't really do crap. I need to get back to frontline logi. We're done in 43. $30. They're done. Be done in a minute. As long as the mass production ones are cooking, yeah, it'll take another 4.5 hours. It's fine. Another 20 seconds on this. So if it's not reserved, I can't demolish it because it's not reserved. How can I get rid of it? Someone left their bicycle here. This thing's actually pretty quick. So we will put... How does this work? I don't know. What if I chuck them all in? I need to put more maintenance supplies onto cook. Need to do more fuel runs. Make some more soldier supplies as well, 'cause why not? I guess I'll just soldier supplies and diesel or something. Just burning all these B-mats. Thousand B-mats. It's crazy. 1,000 B-mats for 400. That one's cooking. That one's cooking. We need to get the oil cooking. They were a little close together. Even these ones a bit. I want to know who built this. By Z. So it wasn't. And then they end up hitting my base, I guess. Shouldn't need a wrench for the moment, so leave them in here. Pirate Lord. Colonel. He built the rail out there and then it doesn't go anywhere. Or is someone trying to like rail oil to my plant? Wouldn't be the worst idea. I'm just going to build a pipeline. Wow, it filled up in public oil already. How is it filling up for me? How? There's nothing there. Did it just take all my fuel? What? No, did it just take it out of my tank? There's no way. Can't have. That'd be silly. Well, I guess soon I'll start on assembly materials 2. I'm just gonna need some more salvage trips. We got a collie truck. So I wouldn't mind giving it 10,000 litres and filling the liquid tanks. Then hopefully I won't need oil for a good while. How's the salvage? One's capped. Looks like the wind direction does change. Then I'll check if they need diesel. Did I have diesel in here? Probably not. Yeah, I'll do the public diesel. Make sure this vehicle one is filled up. Good, it's topped up. Looks like he's carrying a lot of B-mats.
Oh, hello.
Oh, hello, welcome back.
Do you need to help with something specific?
Just doing oil right now. About to go do some salvage. Gonna start building materials for vehicle production.
Mm-hmm. So you need some BMATs or something, which I can bring you?
Not BMATs. So mostly I think for vehicle construction, you have to use the factories on the base. So the first one with the giant quadruple exhaust on it, the big stack, it can make assembly materials 1 and 2, and all that takes is salvage and petrol.
Mm, some structures which are on the base can make
Yep,
this, or
yep.
okay, okay. I'm on my way there. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hello, hello.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, okay. I was. Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
So if you hit Shift E, especially when there's a bunch of buildings and material stations, everything together, to select the vehicle thing that you want, if you go Shift and then E, you can pick the one you want. The forge is the one that makes assembly materials.
I'm trying to do Shift and E, and it's nothing.
Then if you just hit E, if it's the only thing around, it won't work because you're only next to that one thing. Like for example, if you stand back here, so
Yeah.
I'm always doing it from the rear of the base where you're standing here where I'm in contact with 2 vehicles and 2 platforms. I have to choose something.
I see.
Yeah, you can shift E from here because there's just so much stuff next to you and you can pick what you want to interact with. The forge is the one you want.
The forge, and I want to salvage
Yep.
refine
So
into the
yeah, the
construction
recipe's in the
material.
middle. So the recipe's in the middle. The top 2 are the default of the factory, and the forge is the bottom 2. You can see
Ah,
to
yeah.
make, and if you mouse over it, it says assembly materials 1 is the first thing that can be produced in the forge, and the second thing is assembly materials 2. I want to make
Yeah.
both of them, and the goal is when it starts filling up, the platforms on the base, to store them, I'll start filling them up. But yeah, it's basically those empty storage ones over there. First one will be 1, next one will be 2, the one after that will be 3, and so on.
These one which are further away will start to fill up.
Yeah, so I'm going to fill up the middle one. That middle one there will be assembly materials 2. So like everything's like from right to left, 1, 2, 3, and then so on. Because
Okay. Yeah.
yeah, I've built the base in reverse to what I did. Like this base is mirrored to how I made it the first time.
Okay, so I can take car and I can go with you for salvage
Yeah,
or
yeah,
sulfur or something.
yeah, salvage, and then petrol's just being made in the petrochemical plant at the back there. Or you might have to do some oil trips to get some cooking yourself.
It seems like the second salvage truck is locked. Yeah, it's locked.
You should be able to click reserve on it, maybe? Can you reserve it and then jump in?
No, I can do anything. It's tell me just it's locked.
You can always borrow a wrench out of the bunker if you want.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was about to say.
Just make sure you lock your vehicles and reserve them for yourself so no one else can make use of them while you're using them.
And the wrench is in the bunker base, right?
Yep.
How do I use the wrench?
So you have to click on it in your
Ah,
inventory
yeah,
to equip
I
it,
see.
and then you have to crouch with C, and then hold right click and then tap left click on the vehicle.
Ah, yeah. I was worried that if I will start to dismantling it, that I will dismantle the whole car. Okay, I got finally into the car. So right now, should I go for salvage or sulfur?
You could probably do salvage if you want to start making manufacturing materials, or we can start making vehicles later with it. So assembly materials 1 and 2. 1 requires coke though, and it's problematic to get coke because we need like a coal refinery, and I don't know if I want to build one of them.
Okay, so It's coke. I thought it's sulfur. Okay, so it's coke and petrol. Okay, okay.
Yeah, so do the petrol one, which is assembly materials 2. We'll get a bunch of that first.
Yeah, I see. I see now the your comment about the 5 minutes of longevity of cars.
Yep. So the other problem is, usually someone else puts down these, the fuel tanks here. These need petrol in them. So, because there was none here, it was only like day 0 yesterday, like the very start of the war. So I decided to make some. It's only 200 BMATs for the both of them. Then I had to get a crane and carry them down here by crane, put them down, unpackage them, and then you have to put petrol in them. So I'm going to put petrol in these probably in a little while, because as soon as these things run out of petrol, they're very inefficient at making stuff. And right now they're at about half capacity, so they're going to need some petrol soon.
Yeah, I see. So you will like take the cistern car or the car with the oil thing on the back
The
and
oil
bring the
tanker
petrol with it?
and bring petrol
Yeah,
with it,
oil
yep.
tanker. Yeah, okay, okay. Can I can go into the car from the passenger seat and somehow get
And
into the
then
driver's seat?
control 1, so control 1 to 10 is all of your seat buttons. So control 1 is always driver, control 2 is passenger, and control 3 to 10 is all like the rear seats in a bigger truck.
Ah, okay, perfect.
Yeah, these things are running out of fuel quick.
I can make. Does the oil tanker cost 100 BMATs
Yeah,
too? Or
yeah, they're all about 100 BMATs.
okay, I will make one more and I will take petrol with you if there are 2 tankers here.
Oh, there's 2 tankers at the base. I just moved them to the back, near the bunker.
Ah, okay.
Or near the
Okay,
refineries.
okay.
But yeah, that would fill these up really quick. But bring oil as well. Like, to take petrol, you've got to replenish the oil as well. That way you make more petrol for next time.
Yeah, so we will do the whole trip. We will take the tankers, take the oil, then
Put them in the refinery
deposit
and
it.
then withdraw
Yeah,
petrol and then
yeah,
come deliver that, yeah.
yeah. And there is no rule about who will take the salvage first. It's like first come, first serve,
Pretty
right?
much.
If we are here right now, yeah, okay.
Yeah, Xe is a bit of a rough one. He will just get out, get his pistol and kill people. He doesn't care that we're on the same team, he will just kill people.
Okay.
He's killed me a couple of times too, and I'm the bloody commander.
And did he try to, I don't know, maybe convince you to leave it before he shoots or something like that?
No, there's no mechanics through being in a squad. The squad killing or the team killing still happens the same. The only difference is if you're in a regiment, and once we unlock the officer uniform, if you are an officer of a regiment, you can wear the officer uniform, and then you can only kill people within your regiment without any repercussions.
I see.
But once we unlock pipes, which will, I think it happens, going to happen in a day or two. Once we get those pipes, I'll hook up the oil well directly with the refinery, and then the refinery directly with the power station, and then we don't have to make an oil trip ever again.
Yeah. But then there will be pipes everywhere, right?
You can put them underground. It costs 6 pipes though. But I need the next factory. There is a second, it's like the tier 2 factories. Those ones that we're dealing with now, they're just like the basic factory we can make. Like a tier 1 factory. After that is tier 2, and then there's a tier... Is there a tier 3 one? Maybe it's just the upgrades you give it. So those tier 2 factories can be upgraded with the assembly materials 3 and 4. And then I think there's another upgrade later on, higher in the tech, to do assembly materials 5. So in some way, a tier 2 factory can become a tier 3 factory through upgrades.
Yeah, there is a lot, a lot to learn.
Oh yeah, it's just the
I-
upgrades of factories. You only need 2 of each. Yeah, just 2 of each is enough to like build anything you could want for vehicle-wise.
I can imagine that this can be really overwhelming for some players, into the point that they won't play the game. But yeah, does this game? I don't know for how long do you play it, but does this game have some, like player issue that there wasn't enough players?
I've read a lot of stories about how the logi players all went on strike, and so none of the logi players would play at all. And so everyone was just waiting on the front lines with nothing, and they all had to use pistols. And then they would have ran out of soldier supplies, so they would have just respawned in the rear lines until people just couldn't respawn at all.
So it was more like a game mechanics problem than player
There was
base.
something, there was a reason for it, I can't remember why.
Should I leave the scrap in the car for now and take the oil car?
So all of that scrap. So what I do is, if you go Shift E and interact with the forge, you shift click to deposit it into the scrap of assembly materials too. Like in that line.
Ah, yeah. It says now there is 2,000. Okay, and it's waiting for petrol. Yeah,
It's waiting
yeah,
for
yeah.
petrol. So if you want to grab some petrol back there from the refinery, if you're cooking any, otherwise I do have to make a quick run into town. I forgot. I think there's stuff in the factory waiting for me to pick it up. So I'm just going to double check that that's all
Okay.
clear, and then I'll go do oil runs.
We're just two grunts who want to learn.
So first thing, well here, hold on, let me unlock my truck. So
Yeah, there was some maintenance supplies there.
I can now reserve the car for myself. I'm doing.
Yeah. Yeah, reserve it.
It's like reserve for active squad member
Yeah, do that.
or active squad. Ah, okay. Has been reserved for 30 minutes. Squad Alpha. Ah, okay, okay. I don't need to lock all doors. I need to lock it only once, and all doors
And the
will be
whole-
locked, right?
Correct, yep. Alright, let's go do some petrol runs. So I've just interacted with the petrol station and refilling it as well, just to make sure it's still going to go. So if I lock these and reserve them, again you got half an hour to drive until they become locked for you, but so long as you got that wrench you won't get locked out.
Okay, okay. Yeah. And this one is, yeah, reserved for you, I see.
Yep, so they're both reserved for us, so you should be able to get in and drive it for half an hour. This is reserved for squad. So we'll go do a couple of oil trips.
Okay.
I had to manually do it. So yeah, we'll grab some basic materials and we're gonna try to make some high explosive grenades because those are.
So make sure you've turned them on as well, the little switch to turn them on. And yeah, you can just shift left click on the middle one, will instantly fill the tank straight away. If there's none left to pull from that, go to the top right and pull from the public, and shift left click that will pull 3 at a time.
Yeah, and I fill the whole truck, and I just click on it, so it's creating the oil, and I'll leave it be like that.
Yeah, so it'll constantly make until it fills up, and then it will switch off. So when you come back ever again to like fill it up again, you turn it on again and then pull from it, and it will keep making personal for you. So it's like the one in the middle is personal and the top right is public. So because you've turned it on, it will also make a public amount as well and make it even faster to fill up. So even though I only own one of these wells, I only own this one, we can still pull from both of them, our own personal.
Okay, okay. And they need something to run, like electricity or something?
No, they run on absolutely nothing, and it was only 30 construction materials to build it, so they're really easy to make.
Oh, okay.
and they run on no power whatsoever. However, once we get the technology, we're going to upgrade them to an electric oil well, which will take power. I'm going to figure out how I'm going to have to do that. I don't know if I can pull power from this station here to do it or something, or from this power line. I don't know. Let me check.
Stockpile is full, but my personal stockpile is still filling. It says right now that there is 100 liters, and it's still going. It's okay.
100 liters where? Oh, that's filling up. So that stops at 2500. So it's just going to go in the meantime when you're
okay,
away.
okay.
So that'll fill up to 2500 and then turn off. So when you come back next time, you shift click on the 2500, your truck will instantly be full. It will turn on again and start going automatically to keep filling up.
And any excess oil will go into the
Into the public in the top right. Yep.
public. Okay, okay.
So again, because you're making manufacturing materials yourself, make sure that when you interact with one of these refineries, it's on personal, and you shift click in the middle to put the oil in the personal oil.
And this one, it takes electricity, as I can see.
Yeah, they do, but it's running from the power plant here, so they're fine.
How much you can put into these refineries?
I mean, to put into them the oil, the everything, we've gone over 12,000. Like, we haven't ever capped them out. There's no cap, it seems.
Okay. Okay, okay.
But there is a cap in which they can hold before they stop. In terms of
Yeah,
petrol,
I see.
no, not for personal. Any of these factories do not cap for putting in for personal and taking out for personal. There is no cap and there is no time limit, except for the reserve time. If you don't log in for 2 days and keep reserving it, then all of that stuff, I think, becomes public and sits in the public stockpile.
Yeah, I see, I see.
So because production on the public ones, because other people who come along and turn them on and then walk away, also adds to the public stockpile. So those public oil seem to be filling up faster than, faster than the normal one, because it's everyone's oil that everyone has turned them on. You know what I mean? So even a single factory
Yeah.
that we got, right, if we've got like 10 people all producing assembly materials 1 under personal, that one factory's production is actually 10 times as fast. It's actually making 10 materials per minute instead of just 1, but it's 1 each. So you know what I mean? A factory has the potential to make almost, an infinite number of resources so long as there's an infinite number of people putting stuff into them.
Yeah, I see, I see.
And so I got 7,000 liters in that one there cooking. And nothing in the other one. I should fire up the other one now. That we have a little bit of power.
And I see only, yeah, because it's personal, I see only my oil, which I
Yep.
put in there. I see, I see.
Yep, so that's only yours. So where do you draw that petrol out? You shift click on that and it will be instant because it's your personal petrol that it's made. It will instantly fill your tanker. And then you shift click on the petrol on the factory and it will deposit all that petrol and start making it so long as you turn it on.
I see. You are on the third trip there?
Yep, and that's a full tank. We're already full.
You are quick.
Well, I do like half-half. I pull from the public stockpile, like, so the tank is half full, and then I pull from the personal, which is instant. So that way the public one refills and the private one refills, because they both refill at the same time. And because that public one refills really quickly because of all of the people who've come by and turned them on, they will continually fill the public one, who have turned it to public, that is.
I see.
So if you're going to be like a frontline player and never go do backline logi at all, one of the best things you can do is go to an oil field, talk to all of the oil wells, set it to public and turn it on. And so you will generate extra oil for the backline logis to make.
Yeah. Because right now when I arrive at the oil platform, there's only like 3 barrels of mine, and all the rest I need to take from the public.
Yeah, that's fine.
So yeah.
Yeah, you just shift left click it. It takes a little bit longer, but it's still pretty good.
Yeah.
That's right, these take so much petrol. And so with those formulas in the factories as well, if you mouse over the question mark, it tells you the conversion rate of the materials as well. So for the assembly materials too, it's like 15 salvage to 50 petrol. So it uses way more petrol than it does actual salvage.
Yeah, and I see. Yeah, I am dumb. I had only one of the platforms turned on. I should turn all of them. Yeah, I see.
What at the oil well?
I mean the oil rigs or this thing which are producing the oil. I have only one of them turned on, so only one was making my
Yep.
personal oil.
Yep, turn both on, turn everything on, yes.
And you have probably mentioned it earlier, but when I am making the petrol this way and I log off and it will stay in the refinery, it will stay there for me, or it will
It
after some time
it actually keeps
go.
producing even when you're offline.
Yeah, and the completed petrol will stay there, or it will go to some public space after some time.
It stays there until the reserve falls off. So because I keep logging in every day to keep reserving it for 2 days, it's just going to stay there. It's not going to go anywhere. Unlike
I see.
the refineries and production factories in town will expire in 2 days as well. So the BMATs, all of the stuff you make in town, will go public in 2 days. So you have 2 days to pull it out and make use of it. These ones, because it's a private facility, there's no expiry. Just the actual
I see.
expiry of the reservation itself. But even then, I don't
Yeah,
think
yeah,
it's open. See, I see a lot of petrol here in the stockpile in the top right. Are they on personal or on public?
Probably personal because I don't see any.
I see petrol in the top right in this one. I'm also filling this one up differently. I'm using the... So there's two ways to fill up. You can shift click in the middle and put them in for your personal, or in the bottom right you can click on the oil refuel button. It will connect to your tanker and you'll fill it, the actual liquid tank. It doesn't really make a difference how you do it, except this takes a lot longer. But I think the reason for it is when we initially get pipes, you can pipe these to the power station and you can fill the liquid tanks, and then they will automatically refuel your power station.
Yeah, it's saying efficiency, low power, low efficiency because of power.
Yeah, we are overstretching the power a little bit, so it's a little bit slower than normal, but that's okay. Because our power station is running on diesel again. It was running on petrol yesterday, but someone came and completely emptied our fuel tanker here, or the stationary fuel refiller with the petrol. It's completely gone. So I refilled it already, but yeah.
And these refineries, they are running on oil, right?
Yeah, the refineries take oil and make petrol, and they just consume power to do that.
And diesel is made in factories.
Salvage in the refinery. So that salvage makes BMATs or it makes diesel.
Ah, but most things you can use diesel for. You can also use petrol, and petrol is better. Except you were saying something like you are
For
using
vehicles.
diesel for cars, vehicles, right? And
Yeah.
petrol for right.
And petrol
Okay.
for everything else. So petrol on the salvage mines actually makes more materials, and petrol on a power station actually makes more power. So some
I see.
applications of petrol are way better, but I think in vehicles it makes no difference. Like you fill it up with diesel, you fill up with petrol, it drives the same. So another thing I did, I think at the end of War 117, I think it was, I didn't have access to the oil field and it was already piped up. So in order to fuel my base, instead of connecting up an oil well, I had to build a what's called a resource transfer station nearby. And so I would just deliver the oil into it, and then it would pump the oil through the pipes to my base and do it that way. So I still had to make like really, really short trips, but it holds 400 oil, and so long as it goes into these refineries and fills the power station, it would run the power station, I think, for almost 24 hours.
I see. How can I honk? That's very important thing.
Left click.
Ah, okay. Sorry, there was a crate. He doesn't know on which side we are driving. Are we driving on the right side, right?
I
You were
think so.
mentioning that.
I think so. I think it's mostly US players here. Yeah, I got 10,000 litres of oil in there, plus the fuel tanks, or the oil tanks themselves, are also full.
Can I somehow put only half of my truck in there?
Yeah, just left click on them individually.
Ah, okay, okay. I'm okay.
The horn on that thing, so funny. Unless that puts it in the inventory in the top left, which I think happens sometimes too.
Yeah, yeah. I thought in some games you have like shift click all things, Ctrl, left click half of the stack or something. I thought that something like that is in this game too.
Yeah, you can right click and split stack, but these things are not stacked, they're all individual per slot, which is kind of annoying.
Yeah, right.
So I think, yeah, instead of shift clicking on the deposit on the factory, which deposits the whole lot, if you just left click on that deposit button, it will pull, I think, one at a time.
One. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, okay. So I can. Yeah, sorry.
That's right, I'll do a slow fill. Walk around, look at stuff.
I can right now take, but there is not much done of petrol right now, but I can take the petrol, put it into the assembly and start making the material.
Yeah. Yeah, so do that. So with your truck from the refinery, grab some petrol. Yeah, no, I'm in the way.
No. Oh, I have already full truck.
And someone's stealing my leatherback. Nice.
And they are being created. But I see that it takes a lot of time to make one.
Yeah, it is. So you just keep it stocked up and then you go do something else. Go do salvage runs, make BMATs, get factories turning over, do more oil runs. If you can't do oil runs, you do salvage runs. If you don't want to do salvage runs, we're probably going to end up doing coal runs. We need a coal refinery, I think.
And right now there is materials factory in brackets forge, which I am using right now, and then
Yep.
there is metal press.
Yeah.
These two, these two will stay here, and the normal materials factory you will delete or something like that. You
Yeah.
said, right?
Yeah, so these are private, so these will not delete until you log in and remove them.
I mean, you said you will disassemble one of the factories, right? Or no?
This third one here I want to get rid of. I think someone else built it, but I can't demolish it.
Yeah, and yeah. I see. But I can make these materials only. Yeah, I see. Only in this one.
I can flag it disruptive placement. Do you want to flag it disruptive placement? So there's an icon down the bottom left. It looks like a little dash symbol.
Yep, I flagged it.
Alright, thank you. I think it maybe needs more votes to get rid of it though. Alright, my oil should be in.
Yeah, I will do few more oil runs and then I will join you. Or do you want assistance right away?
It's up to you. I'm not really doing anything right now except salvage. Probably doing the petrol refill on those things. But I gotta put more oil in to get more petrol out. Anyway, I can't wait to not do oil runs ever again in a few days.
Seems like you don't like them.
Oh man, why do this when you can just pipe it in there automatically? And then the only problem is then you have to make a maintenance tunnel to look after the pipe, otherwise the pipe will decay over time.
Yeah, I see. It's same in Factorio when you will get to the drones and they will bring you everything. So why will you use the belts ever again? Can you get rid of the trees somehow?
Not that I'm aware of. I would if I could. I'd build more stuff here.
So when I will log on, all the oil which I will bring here will be turned into the petrol.
Yep.
Cool.
Sorry, I'm pretty much blocking this one now.
I will find the way around.
Yeah, I think you can get through there.
Can you somehow see how many players are right now online on this server?
Not that I'm aware of. I think it says it on the website or possibly on... If you Google Foxhole player stats, there's a website that I think tracks some of that.
Ah, okay. When I have some things on me and I will log off, those things will go to some storage or they will just disappear?
Which things?
The things I have on me right now in my inventory, and if I log off, where those things will go? I mean like the wrench or the ammo or the weapons.
Oh, they just disappear. So if you have a wrench or something important on you, deposit it in a bunker base or something and then log out.
Yeah. That's what I wanted to know. Perfect, thank you. How many these materials? The tier is different, right? One is tier 1 and second is tier 2. The assembly materials, and you
Yep.
need them for different things, I assume. And how many of these things you need to build, for example, a tank or something like that?
I'm not sure, but I think it's probably like between 10 and 30. These are pretty large materials. And because it takes so long to build them as well, you'll probably burn through them in no time. But at some point, once we
Yeah.
fill the pallet over here, these pallets each hold 1,000. So once we fill these pallets up, I then start delivering them to the public beyond that, because then it's just excessive at that point. So I'm trying to put
Yeah,
these on the middle one, but it's annoying me.
yeah, okay. Yeah. And so we won't make tanks. So we will make just these materials and deliver them to the factories where they will make tanks.
Yeah, beyond, like, once we're capped out, otherwise we can make the tanks, because we got the power, we got the facilities over there.
You are making tanks in the garage, or where you are making them?
Those assembly bays next to the road, those weird things that looks like, I don't know, with like the platform. There we go, I can put them on the middle now. So yeah, that's where the assembly materials 2 goes. These ones here, these things can make your vehicles and tanks and stuff.
Ah, okay.
You press E next to it, you can see down the bottom right there's the upgrades for different vehicle factories to make artillery cars, to make other tanks, all that sort of stuff.
Ah, I see. I see.
So I usually pull them out like this so anyone in the squad can do with it. So the thing is, these platforms here, these pallets, are reservable. This pallet behind me, the resource, little hangar thing, is not... No, sorry, it is reservable as well. But the liquid transfer station is not reservable. The thing is, we don't really need that stockpile, like the raw material stockpile there. So I want to get rid of that as well, because you can just put stuff in the bunker base, and then that's going to house all our stuff. There's no point having extra structures that do the same thing. But bunker bases are public. But what is someone going to do picking up 2,000 salvage? Like, why?
Yeah.
There's no point, so we're just going to keep it in the bunker base. And if there's salvage, if you find salvage or coal or anything sitting in the bunker base, just bring it over to one of these factories and chuck it in, and it'll start making something from it.
Yeah. Yep.
But yeah, as for these, I deposit these materials, so when we get to making tanks, anyone in the group can just pull from these materials and then just start making tanks and stuff.
And salvage, we are not storing salvage anywhere. You will just bring the car of the salvage and put it in some factory.
Yeah, just chuck it straight in a factory, because you can do something with it. Just know that if you want to build something else, like let's say you want to switch to Assembly Materials 1, you have to pull all of the petrol and all of the salvage back out of the factory so that you can make the next thing.
Yeah, I see. And this crate will be my worst enemy. That one I bumped in before. I'm colliding it with it every time.
Yeah, so many times. Right, I'm going to do some salvage runs now. One of those salvage mines down there is capped at 5,000, so it needs emptying.
And you can see this on map, you said, right?
Yeah, you just open the map and you mouse over it, it tells you how much is in it. Just like when you look at the supply depots, it tells you how much is in them. You can see how much is sitting inside the salvage and component mines as well, and the sulfur mines and all that.
Yeah, I see. Can we also go to the salvage mines on the east?
We could, but these are a lot closer and it's a lot faster to grab these.
Ah, okay. Yeah, they are closer.
And so those maintenance tunnel supplies. So if you don't have a maintenance tunnel at your base to maintain everything, basically over about, I think it's between 8 and 24 hours, things will start taking HP damage. So they lose like 10% HP every hour or two. And which means you actually have to get BMATs and repair them. Or if you do build a maintenance tunnel and put supplies in it in time, it'll start consuming those supplies and automatically repairing everything. Or at least so I've heard.
Yeah, I see. And we have maintenance to know somewhere around. Yeah, it's right
We got
here.
one
Okay.
hatch and it's got like 2,000 in it, but this base as it is will consume about 10,000 maintenance supplies a week. So every day I have to put BMATs in the mass production plant at least twice a day, and put some BMATs probably in the factories themselves just to make maintenance supplies to keep it going.
Yeah, and more buildings it's maintaining, the more
Yep,
supplies it's
the
need.
more ground there is. So because this base is so big with the foundations, each of those foundations uses quite a lot of supplies themselves. So just having a big area to build on is also going to take a lot of supplies.
Yeah, I see. Can I grab a barrel of diesel from one of these buildings?
The power station has spare diesel and stuff in it.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, these things are running on diesel now, so they're not very efficient, not making much salvage.
Yeah, so I will grab some of my petrol and I will bring one tanker there.
Alright, I'll bring one too. Yeah, just fill up the blue thing. Make sure after you fill it up that, you know, if you like, bring a salvage truck down, a dump truck, and make use of the salvage yourself so you can make your own B-mats and do some of your own things. If you make like a bunch of ammunition and soldier supplies, you can fill up one truck with all those crates, go deliver it to the front line, and you get commended for it. Pretty nice.
Mm-hmm. So from here directly to the front line.
Yep, wherever that may be. So if I have a quick look at the map, we've lost Callahan's Gate, my god, which means we probably push back to the latch. So I reckon the latch would be the front line. But it's usually whichever relic base, town base, safe house, whatever building usually has about 10 soldiers standing in it. That's where you know it's the front line.
Yeah, I was there at the Callahan's Gate when we lost it. Not exactly when we lost it, but I was fighting to hold it, but we didn't.
Damn.
It was like the fight. I was there like 2 hours or something like that, and the fight was like pretty even. It was back and forth for 10 meters there, 10 meters on their side, 20 meters on our side, and it was for 2 hours like this. But then all of nowhere they just start overrunning us, but really hard, like three colonials to one warden or something like that, and that's why that's why we lost it. Yeah, I don't know
Damn.
if they called some attack on there maybe, but yeah, they just overrun us. I hope that things I am saying make sense, because English
Yeah.
is not my mature language, and yeah, I might have some problems expressing myself. So
That's right.
sorry for that. And you said I should fill this blue tank, right?
Yeah, so if you press E near it, it should open up and it just shows you in the top right all of the liquids it can store. So like heavy oil, petrol, diesel, it can take anything. Shift and left click on your... Oh no, right click on your fuel and go submittal, and it will just deposit all 25 straight in there.
Yeah, yep. Yeah. Thank. Perfect.
And then I
It's in
can...
there.
And then if you interact with the salvage station, you can click the refuel button like this, and you see it's just going to automatically fill it up. Here, I'll cancel it. You
Okay.
do it. You do it. You do it for practice. Talk to the salvage station and click the petrol refill button. There you go.
Yeah, perfect.
That's it.
Okay, I will bring some more.
Alright, sweet. Yeah, I gotta bring some as well. These can take 4 trips each for both refills. And the best part about it is that will refill while you drive away.
Yeah. Some of these roads are like player made, or all of these roads, because I can see
Little
some
ones.
roads on minimap or on map, but yeah, how does this work? You can build roads in this game, right?
You
You
can
have to build roads.
you can see train tracks on your map. You can't see roads though. But yeah, we can play build roads, yes.
Yeah, I think I'm out of petrol. I will do just 2 trips. Oh no, I found another enemy. There is car wreck in the middle of the road. And yeah, I forgot to turn to the scrapyard. How can you switch the diesel from diesel to petrol on this?
I think it's just automatic, but I think it prioritizes petrol over diesel
Ah,
anyway.
okay. Okay.
And so these salvage mines as well are random and can be destroyed by the enemy, but because they're a permanent fixture, they can be rebuilt with B-mats and a construction vehicle.
They can't or they can?
They can. They're not player-made, but they're a permanent fixture of the game. I think one of the reasons is, like, in the beginning you have no sledgehammers because it's in the technology, so you have no way to get components, and the only way to get components is through a component mine. I really don't have a full tank of petrol at all. The amount of oil I chucked in these things, it's still not enough.
Yeah, I have like 10 petrol.
Alright, these are actually pretty full and good for at least another 2 hours, I'd say. So I'll probably do some more salvage trips now that they're on petrol.
I don't have to lock the vehicle every time. Once I lock it, it's locked, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I should.
But you do have to unreserve it and reserve it periodically, because it's only half an hour long. You want to stop people taking it.
So I make it public and reserve it again, okay.
Yeah.
And I am supposed to sit in the vehicle when I'm doing this, or no? I can do it.
You can't, you gotta
while
be
I'm
outside looking at it.
And then I have to rent it again, right? If I forgot to unlock it before, yeah.
Yeah. What are you up to today, sir?
I have no idea what I'm doing, man. I don't even know what he just said. Huh?
So, are you looking for a base to work at? Because you're welcome to work here if you want.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
Alright, let me invite you up, I'll show you around. Are you new to the game?
Oh, pretty new. I've played for like 4 hours total, so very new. Yeah. Just, you know.
Alright, so I've been teaching Hallis in the squad here as well, he's pretty new. We've been driving around doing resupplies and stuff. So, for the most part, most things you'll be doing are in town. If you press M to open your map, make sure you have all your icons turned on so you can be familiar with them. The hammer symbol is the most important, you'll see that the most. That's the refinery, that's where you convert most materials to useful things. The
Makes sense.
the factories here at the base, these first two here, have everything you need to make construction mats and stuff. As you can see, I've already got 2 pallets full of them, so I'm not using the middle one anymore. It's done its job until we reach tier 2 technology. So we're progressing through the technology at the engineering center in town as well, which just takes time. We go through about 1 tier every 24 hours or so, or 1.5 tiers.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Yep, so right now we can't really do that much. So I'm just refilling the base, refueling it. But eventually these construction materials, plus whatever we end up collecting on here, is all going to be turned into vehicles and tanks that we can build over here and deliver them to the front line.
Got it. Understood.
So mostly focusing on tanks. And other than that, everything else in town is like for redoing supplies, making grenades, making guns, ammunition. All of that is done in town. This is just purely for vehicle production.
Alrighty.
So we got a power station here. All you have to do, and this is a quick way to refuel stuff, always do this. If you press E to interact with the power station, you'll see the little fuel symbols down the bottom right. Vehicles have this as well. Just click on the diesel one for me and you'll see what happens. The little button next to the diesel one.
Right. Little button next to the diesel one.
So at
Up
the end of the
top?
bar, it's on the right. Like it's a little square. It looks
On
like
the
a...
right. Oh, yeah, I see that.
Yeah,
Alright.
go click that. And so you see it's automatically clicked a hose from one of these refuelers.
Sorry, what? Where?
Oh, sorry, I'm teaching Harmless. He's new and he's joining us.
Quite.
Hello, Harpless.
Good evening. Hello.
If you hold G, he can only hear you if you hold G. So G is squad chat. You're in the squad.
Right. Squad chat. Yeah,
Yep.
good evening. Hello.
Hello.
Yep, so we got one for diesel, pink, one for petrol, green. They're otherwise blue for petrol normally and yellow for diesel. You'll see them around in town and stuff. In town also has a vehicle factory, so we can make vehicles for 100 BMATs. Any excess BMATs, any excess wrenches, hammers, guns, or bullcrap you have, feel free to just chuck it in the bunker base back here. It's just general storage.
Right. Okay.
So if you want to take a ride with me, I'm going to take some BMATs into town, and I'll let you... I have to pick them out of here. It's going to take a little bit.
Yeah, take your time.
But yeah, it's going to take a little bit to grab these BMATs, and when we go into town, I'll get you to make some stuff so you can see how to make stuff. Normally you would take salvage. There's 2 major salvage mines in town. We just went and refueled them, so they're going to be good for a while. You take the salvage in a dump truck. So we've got a couple of dump trucks on base here which carry, and it's all about slot capacity. That's why you want the right vehicle for the job. So these regular trucks here only have 15 slots, but can carry anything in the game, but you're only limited to 15 slots. Those fuel tankers, like that one there that he's driving, can have 25 slots, but can only carry liquids. So way more capacity.
Understood.
But just liquids. And then you have the dump trucks which have 20 slots. So a lot of capacity but can only carry raw materials. So coal, salvage, components, sulfur, coal, or did I miss anything? Yeah, just all raw materials off the ground pretty much. And so you do like a couple of trips of them to the refinery, turn salvage into BMATs, and then you will take these BMATs and you will start making stuff in town. Mostly because we're early days and we don't have much to focus on. Besides making petrol, so doing oil trips, filling up these refineries on the left here to make petrol, we need loads of petrol and loads of salvage to make vehicle components, and that's what's going on these pallets here in the base.
I see.
Are you interested in frontline? Have you done much frontline war stuff?
What little I have done was frontline, yeah. Just, generic infantry, uncoordinated. Whatever.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. But I figured I never really engaged with this part of the game, of course, having not played much, so I figured I'd try to figure things out.
Yeah, it takes a little while.
Certainly get that impression.
Okay, last pickup, and that'll be 1500 BMATs. We still got 5k left in the bunker base, which is plenty. Okay, we'll go into town. You usually interact with all these buildings and everything from the driver's seat, so I'll get you to jump in the driver's when we get there. And then it's up to you what you want to make, but if you want to make something useful for the base, the maintenance supply materials are very important. Or you can just do beyond that, it's just ammunition, soldier resupplies, whatever you want to do. So this is the refinery here. You'll be seeing this building a lot if you're doing backline stuff.
I see.
So you can only access it from the front and sort of from the corners a little bit, like so around here I can. So that's where you chuck all your salvage in for BMATs. You can also put sulfur in there to make explosive powder, or heavy explosive powder to make shells. And then once you have that explosive powder, it's just explosive powder and BMATs over here to the factories. So on the right, we have our mass production factory with the 2 doors and the vehicle bay. So if you're making vehicles in here, they come out in a big crate that lands on that pad. That's what the crane's for. The crane's for lifting it onto a flatbed, moving it around. These 2 factories over here are what I'm going to get you to do right now. So jump in the drivers and press E when you're in there to access the menu. And so you got BMATs sitting in the truck. Yep, so after you press E, you'll see that there's a list of stuff.
I do see that, yeah. Got the transport. So am I just moving that to the factory inventory?
So the top middle, click on those icons and you'll see a list of things that you can build. You can only build one type of thing from each of those categories at a time. So click on the one with the little diesel symbol, you'll see it has 1 item in there, and that's the maintenance supplies. So left click on that 4 times, you'll see it put a queue down the bottom right side, and it'll take 1,000 BMATs to do 4 of them.
Alrighty.
And then you click the plus or the little play button, and it will actually take the 1,000 BMATs and will start making them. After that, totally up to you. What do you want to make? Binoculars? So in the spanner symbol one, we've got useful things for the front line. We've got shovels, radios, binoculars, barbed wire. That's all useful stuff for the front line. Wrenches are really good in the back line because we're always stealing vehicles from each other. Whatever you want to make, up to you. You can make ammunition in the second tab. First tab's got ammo and weapons. Whatever you want.
Oh the hell, I'll make binoculars. Thank you. Kindly.
And the other one that's always neat, if the plus symbol for all the medical stuff, 1 crate of bandages, that's 50 bandages in 1 crate, so that's really efficient. But the last one there is soldier supplies, so that's respawns. Making respawns is, you can never have too many of them, you can never have too many BMATs, you can never have too many respawns. We ran out in the end of last war. We actually were, I was feeding a base that had 0 respawns. And there was still people there for like at least 10 minutes. So I was like, they were all just like, just stay alive, don't die, because we have no respawns here.
That is not ideal.
Yeah, so those are pretty much the important things. So these are ammo and stuff. So here's the deal. The mass production factory can make like 70% of the things in those factories. It doesn't have the gear tab, so it can't make binoculars, can't do that stuff. But if you interact with this one, it takes a lot longer, but you can do up to 8 crates at a time. And it gives you a discount for every successive crate you put in. It gives you a discount of 10%, up to 50% discount for the rest.
Alright. So, as I understand it, mass production produces a more limited selection of goods, but more efficiently?
But much more efficiently, and it's a big bulk order, so it's going to take a lot longer. So those maintenance supplies in there, if I do all 8 of them, I think it is, I've got some cooking right now. It's about 4 hours. I remember it was going to take 4 hours to do all 5, 6.
I see.
Oh, it's 9. It's 9 of them. And that still took 2,500 BMATs or something, even after the discount. But you can pull all of them out, chuck them in a maintenance hatch somewhere, and that'll keep a base going for a while. So they prevent decay. So if you have a maintenance hatch on a base, it prevents decay of all of the surrounding buildings around it. You set the perimeter, like you set the meterage of how far around that it will prevent decay. So if you build a building, and there's a grace period as well, the first 2 days of the war I think is a grace period. There is no decay on buildings. After that 48 hours is up, buildings and things start to decay at about 10% HP. I think it's like every 2 hours or so. Usually after 3 or 4 days, things are looking pretty black, pretty rusted out, and will actually start exploding and destroying themselves. So that's what the maintenance is for.
Not ideal.
Yeah.
Right.
So because we've got 2 factories, if you've got any BMATs left over, you can drive back to this factory over here and maybe build something in it if you've got something spare.
Alrighty.
If it says it's too expensive, you can actually left click on the things in the queue to remove them from the queue, and you make it a bit cheaper if you can't quite afford it.
Right. So no.
Alright, how long on those builds?
Oh, that was. I probably don't need to go in the truck back and forth, but
You know, it's a good way to do it.
it's 4 minutes on the maintenance supplies, and I think like 7, 8 minutes on the soldier supplies.
Alright, so I will drive us down
Really nuts.
to get some salvage. So I'll just deposit what was in the truck, just into the temporary inventory of the factory for now, and we'll come back for it later. So we've got an empty truck. We'll go do a quick salvage run, and I'll show you how to do these. Usually you would bring a dump truck because it carries an extra 5 slots worth. But otherwise, down here, I'll let you jump in the driver's seat, and you just pull up, interact with these salvage mines. You shift and left click to loot the salvage out of them. You'll notice, yep, it'll take 300 at a time when you shift left click. If you just left click, it'll pull 100 at a time, but it will draw them out faster. So it's like a bulk retrieval versus a single retrieval. You'll also see it's got the petrol symbol. Feel free to just click that and just top it up with petrol, because why not while you're here.
Might as well.
And you can do this one as well, so come pull up on this one. There's no one here, so no one's waiting. So feel free to take this salvage one as well. So it's like a double salvage mine. These things are permanent fixtures. They are not player created, but they can be destroyed by the enemy and can be rebuilt, I think, with a construction vehicle and BMATs.
I see. I got the all the salvage this thing could hold.
Alright, sweet. So we're just going back into town. Do you want me to drive, or do you want to drive?
Oh yeah, you got it. So how long have you been playing, man?
I think probably this would be my 20th day, I guess.
I see, I see.
So this building on the corner here next to all the mass production factories and stuff, this is the engineering center here. So feel free to jump out, have a quick look. This thing will basically...
I did, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Earlier.
Yeah, so
Research?
in order to do research, when you're out there in a salvage field, so not a salvage mine like we went to, but if you're in a proper field and you're hammering away, collecting salvage on your person, putting it in your truck, whatever you're doing, sometimes they will pop and form like an aluminium or a iron deposit, like a rare metal deposit. And then you have to come to the refinery here and then refine that into some alloy sheets, and then you deliver that to the engineering plant, and it will progress forward the research. So it's like an entire faction-wide research plan.
I see, I see.
Yeah, you jump in and drive. So you drive this truck just over there to the refinery, and then when you open the menu with E, you'll see that there are 3 things you can do with salvage on that. Oh, it's behind us. It's just back there.
Oh my, okay.
Usually you don't want
that it was
to double
me to do
park.
local chat and not
You don't want to double park, so it's always good to sort of just rear end or front end towards these things like this. Yep. Alright, I'm in the passenger, so you jump in, then you press E, and then you'll see salvage up the top. There's 3 things. do the BMATs. All you have to do is shift and left click on the salvage button. It should throw all of your 1500 salvage straight in there and start turning it into BMATs.
Just did exactly that. Guess I'll hand the seat back over to you.
Yep, so
Oh my.
that'll also be under your personal production. So there's personal production and there's also public production. If you set that drop-down box to public, it will automatically deposit those BMATs as they're being crafted into the top right, which is like the what do you call it? Like a public repository of stuff. Anyone can withdraw from that.
Alrighty.
Okay, so we've done that. Now we go back to the factories, which I think are over here. Yep, they're up here. So hop back in. And grab all your crates.
Okay. Got the crates.
Cool. And then yeah, just
So
the green check on that and grab the crates from the other factory behind. And then in the top left inventory of that factory will be even more crates. There's two factories here. Did you get the ones in the other factory?
I got what we produced, but I'll check the top left inventory.
Yep. So when you open that up, you should see in the top left there's more crates. Just grab them as well.
Got them all.
Alright, sweet. So the maintenance supplies need to go to our maintenance hatch, but everything else can go.
Guess.
Yeah, just checking what we got. So we got soldier supplies, barbed wire, binoculars, and the maintenance stuff. Yep, so we'll drop the maintenance stuff at the base, and we'll drop everything else at the seaport or something. So everything that we won't use that's going to the front line will either go to a supply depot, or it'll go to a port or a seaport or something. So a ship will come by and deliver all that to the front line, or a supply depot will also, people in trucks that do frontline logi will just drive trucks back and forth all day delivering that stuff to the front line.
Alright, makes sense.
So I go shift and E because there's so many things to interact with right here. If there's too much stuff, you go shift E, so you can choose and then click something to interact with. I'm depositing the maintenance supplies to the maintenance tunnel. We got 3,200, that'll only last for like 3 days before this base collapses. Yeah, this base is going to go through so much. And then the rest of the stuff, I should let you do the driving, because eventually you just have to learn the town. You gotta learn the town. Also, so another quick point, there's two factories up here. The one on the left you see with the gas refiller, that is a vehicle factory. You can bring 100 BMATs here and build any vehicle you want for about 100 BMATs.
Good to know.
On the right is where I made all of those fuel containers, the ones at the base and the ones down at the salvage yard. All those fuel containers were made here, 100 BMATs just to make one on this platform.
Oh, great. Good
Yep.
price.
Everything is BMATs. So if you're doing salvage, you can never have too many BMATs. Always do BMATs. You can do anything with BMATs.
Always.
And then the shipyard is basically just down this side. So you have to come down here. And then because everything is crated up, all you have to do is, I'll put you in the driver's seat. So you want to drive down here. There's different positions for different things. The flatbeds are meant to park like in front of these cranes, so the flatbeds will go like here somewhere. Most delivery trucks will come into the middle and can interact with it about here. And you leave those pads empty in case someone's drawing a vehicle out. You can also pull vehicles out of here as well on those pads.
Alright. Good to know.
So you right click on a crate in the inventory and go submit all to stockpile, and it will just move everything straight in there.
Move to the stockpile. Done that.
And then we're going to empty truck, so we can go pick up those BMATs if you want and go make some more stuff. Or
Go pick up those BMATs. Wait. BMATs, oh, right, that we just built. Right,
Yep.
Yeah, those.
And that is basically a salvage trip, to make BMATs, You've done a BMAT trip already, so you know where to put those BMATs to manufacture stuff, soldier supplies, binoculars, all that stuff. And then the last thing would probably be oil and doing the refinery stuff. So I can show you that after you get these BMATs if you like.
Oh god, I'm going the wrong way, aren't I? Thank you, by the way. Much appreciate your help.
Yeah, that's alright. But yeah, I like to mix it up. I do a bit of backline, and then I like to do some frontline deliveries, so I at least get commended for it and get some thanks. Just doing this, it's pretty thankless for the most part. Straight ahead.
Wait.
Yeah, straight ahead.
Straight ahead.
Yeah, so they're the factories,
Right.
but to grab the BMATs, the refinery's just over there. There's that little circle thing like an island in the middle over there. You got to go around that. Yep, straight through to the other side. And then the factory's up here on your left, so you just nose into it. Yep. And then grab your BMATs, shift left click will pull all of them out. Because it's personal, it's your own stuff, it'll be instant. If you're ever pulling from the public stockpile in the top right, because you can pull diesel and whatever out from there as well, it'll take time. Like it takes longer.
Alright, makes sense.
Alright, so if you want to put those BMATs back into the factory to make some more stuff and you can cook stuff, we can go do some oil deliveries while that's cooking up, if you like.
Yeah, well, why not? Sure.
Yep, so you can make whatever you want. Soldier supplies are always in need. Binoculars are always in need. You can never have too many of them. 7.62 ammo, we go through that on the front line heaps. We go through the 9mm
sure.
ammo. 9mm gets burned through a lot.
What the soldier supplies? I'll make some of those.
May I question?
Yeah.
Huh?
If I will have something produced at the factory and I won't set their personnel, but I will set their squad alpha, that means that everyone from our squad can pick it up from that factory?
Let me check. I think it just has a timer on it. It'll say down the bottom in the middle something like 2 days something. So if you make something personal, you've got 2 days to collect it from the refinery and the factory, and if you don't collect it in that time, it gets stuck in the public stockpile and then anyone can withdraw it. So in the top right there's the single person icon, and then there's the multi-person icon, so that's the public, or the all with the circle, that's everything. Everything everyone's produced in here. And you can pull out other people's crates and stuff that things have just been left in here.
Yeah, but I have possibility there to set, if I'm creating, for instance, maintenance supply, which I'm doing right now, I can do them like for personal, and or I can choose public, or I can choose squad alpha.
Okay, so anyone from the squad can come pick it up. That's cool. Yeah, that's the thing. Another thing is, at the seaports, I'm not sure about the seaports, but at the supply depots, you can actually make a private cache with a pass key. So it's got like a 6-digit password, and you can share it with your team. It'll just make a password for you or something. And whatever you deposit into and take out of that stockpile is just for whoever has that code. So you can give it to your regiment, or you can give it to your squad, and then anyone can put items in and out and vehicles in and out of a storage depot. So there's no storage depot in this town, you've just got the seaport here. It's the only thing we're really dealing with. With your spare BMATs, feel free to make some more stuff. I think you got enough to make some things.
Alrighty.
Even if you just
have
do
some,
like 1 or 2.
Some space in the vehicle?
If you
Or full?
besides the first 2 doors, you go to the back of the vehicle and you can press Q to get in the back, and this can house up to I think 8 soldiers. Yes.
I mean, I have some. Never mind. I thought that you are going to deliver some crates, but you are not, obviously.
No, I think we're chucking BMATs in. It says B mats
Yeah,
are
sorry.
cooked and stuff. And then what I do with those spare B mats is I just go back to the factory at the base and deposit them in the inside the bunker. I didn't make a bunker until Exy was like, I want a stockpile that I could just stuff everything into. All of the loose wrenches, the ammunition, my weapon, the shovels. I just need a stockpile to put anything into, and I'm like, well, that's a bunker. So I had to make a bunker to support that.
That'll do it.
Yep. Alright, so drive us back to the base, which is pretty much straight ahead and then towards the right. Oh cool, we got another leather truck. Nice. And someone left theirs there. Look, that's an empty truck for the taking. Wait, have I got a wrench?
I have created one
Oh, no,
more
I
for
don't.
us. Yeah, so
No, I don't have a wrench. So yeah, you can also make wrenches. They're really good for backline as well. You'll always use a wrench. As soon as you spawn into the game, doing backline logi, one of the first things you should always grab is a wrench. Once we unlock sledgehammers, grab a sledgehammer as well, because they are for collecting logistical stuff as well. So yeah, take the road in, drive up the back. You can cut across this pad here. So yeah, you got to turn in like away from those piles, because otherwise you get snagged on it. And just drive up close to this bunker base and then deposit everything left in the truck. Just chuck it all in the bunker base.
Alrighty.
Alright, back it up and park the truck on the right hand side. I've made like a little kind of a car park over there.
Right hand side, like...
Yeah, over here. So these are also the refuel things. So these refuel things also work on vehicles too. If you bring your vehicle over and just hop out close to these two, and then you press E on the vehicle to like look in the inventory, feel free to click the refuel button and there you go.
Oh, good to know. Thank you. Oh,
Is it running on... Oh, it's running on petrol, this thing.
wouldn't expect that. Look at that.
So I switched it to diesel. There's a button down the bottom right which can switch it over to diesel, and then I'll hit this and refuel it. Oh, it says it's too far away, really? That's diesel, that's petrol, it's full of petrol, so we'll put this in here. So I'm going to have to grab one manually. It's parked too far away from the pink one. So the pink one's diesel. Got it in my inventory. You can left click it to put it on. Let me drop it on the ground for you so you can pick it up so you can practice that as well.
Alrighty.
Yep, so you can press E on that to pick it up. It'll go in your inventory on your character. And then you left click it to equip it. It'll go in your 3 slot. Yep. And then you hold right click and then left click on the vehicle to start filling it up. That's the manual way to do it.
Yeah, I've done this bit before, at the very
Yep.
least.
And then otherwise, when it's like half full, you can then drive it just over there. Anyway, I'll park it for now. So, we got 2 fuel tankers up the back there, so we'll go do some oil trips.
Alrighty.
You can follow me for this one, so we're going to do these. You can grab the other one and we'll do double trips. So make sure you keep vehicles locked and also reserve them as well. Reserve for the squad. It's got like the little time and the check mark. If you press E next to it, it'll reserve it for the squad.
Good to know. Wait a second. How am I reserving it again?
So down the bottom right next to where you lock it, there's a couple of buttons. There should be one with a red cross, that's to unreserve it, and then the check mark next to the clock is to reserve it for us.
I'm sorry, where I lock it, I use L to lock it. Do you mean like on the
Yeah, if
bottom
you press
right?
E. So where to refuel, you press E. You can see on the bottom there's lock, there's also reserve. So you can reserve it for the squad. And it'll pop up and say reserve for half an hour. So no one, people can drive it away. If they wrench it open, that gets rid of the lock. But if they drive it away, they cannot put things into and out of it when it's reserved. So it's useless to them for that half an hour. We try and deter people from stealing these vehicles if they can't use them. So in the oil field, it took 25 construction materials made from the very first factory that you can build to build an oil well. I built one and I reserved it, so only I should be able to build a pipeline to it eventually once we unlock pipes in the technology. Until then, we have to do oil trips to make petrol. So you come out here, you can interact with all of them. I recommend talk with both and turn them both on first. You turn them on so they make a private stockpile. Private stockpiles are instant to draw from. So you've seen it like before, it's fast. So make sure you talk with both of them and turn them both on.
Alright.
Yep, and then hop in your tanker, and from the public stockpile in the top right, you can hold shift and left click on that to draw out some from the public. See, it'll say assembling down the bottom. It'll take a bit of time. Because these have 25 slots, make sure you scroll up and down the inventory with your scroll wheel to make sure you see it's like full.
Alright, I'm full on oil.
Alright, and then we're going to drive the snow way back, because it's just sort of easier to go this way to the base. You can follow the train tracks. Someone built these train tracks, I don't know why or what for. But they lead straight to the base, and I was wondering if they wanted to, like, were they trying to make something to refill the refineries they have or something, I don't know.
I'll find out.
So we got two refineries here. If you have to again interact with multiple things, if you go shift and E, you can then, it'll have a drop down box and you can choose what to interact with. So that way you can check both refineries. Then you just shift and left click on the oil symbol and make sure it's turned on for you as well. That should deposit all of the oil instantly, and when it's turned on you'll see the progress bar and a time. Yep, so if that's all done, we'll do another trip and you can deposit another 25 into the other refinery.
Okay.
So if you go check on your personal production in the middle now, if you shift and left click on the oil, you'll see it'll enter your truck instantly.
Uh-huh.
Yep, and the light should turn, well, your light would be green already, mine was full. So that will cap out at about 2,500 litres, I think, and just stop. But the public stockpile will keep going as well. So if you're a frontline player, one of the best things you can do is come to the back line, go to some oil wells, turn them to public and just turn them on. And they will basically forever just refill the public stockpile.
Oh yeah, understood.
And so yeah, while these are powered by the power plant, they will make petrol, and petrol's needed to make all of the major materials for the meantime. Yeah, the diesel plant ran out of power, so I have to turn it on again. So we'll do 1 or 2 more oil trips, and then it's basically up to you what you want to do. If you want to do salvage, you want to do B-mats, you want to make stuff. The base, I'll show you the base buildings as well after. So the first 2 there, with the different attachments on the back, we have enough construction materials right now from the metal press. So I'm focusing at the moment on the forge instead. The forge can make assembly materials 1 and 2, which is needed to make light tanks and vehicles and stuff. And we got those 2 vehicle bays ready to make some vehicles and stuff when we got enough.
Great.
But yeah, once we unlock the technology for pipes in like 2 or 3 days or something, I'll be able to pipeline or make the second tier factories, make the materials to make pipes, and then be able to pipe directly from that oil well straight to the refinery, and we don't have to do oil trips ever again.
Excellent.
Yep. And then
How far
Huh?
are pipe?
You can build them as long as you want. I think you do have to
No,
build silos in between them though.
Oh, I meant how far like up the research thing
I think it's like three
there.
to 5, somewhere there.
I see.
I think we'll do one more, and then I'll show you these 2 factories. So these private factories, anything you make at them, there is no expiry. So you can just let them fill up with as many materials as you like, and draw them out when you're ready. You can even receive those assembly materials and construction materials as crates, and just go deliver them to the public if you like. I've gotten a fair few commendations doing that to certain supply depots, which is nice.
That is nice, yeah.
But yeah, as for really making a difference and turning the tide of the war, early on you could make artillery shells, so which need explosive powder, which means you need sulfur. So I did sort of, as a loose way to remember this, if it's artillery, you're going to need a lot of firepower. That's heavy explosive powder, which comes from sulfur. So sulfur makes heavy explosive powder. If it's heavy, it's for artillery. If you have salvage at a refinery, salvage can make normal explosive powder, which is for small munitions like tanks.
I see.
Alright, we can park these back here again for a little bit. Yep, that'll be good. And so if you come look at the first two factories here, so the middle one with its metal press, it has an upgrade. So most of these buildings come with various upgrades down the bottom right. I've got it all planned out. You know, one forge and one metal press is good enough. The smelter will also make 3 construction materials instead of 1, but it requires coke. Coke's a bit harder to get a hold of unless you've got coal mines nearby, so I didn't bother with that. And the assembly bay is for the frontline thing, so instead of going to the mass production factory, which makes 1 per stack of BMATs, this will take 25 salvage, make 1 construction material, and 5 barbed wire, or 5 sandbags, or 5 of those metal beams, or whatever they are. Which is much more efficient than the ones in town. And only takes salvage, like that's nothing. So that's a very good upgrade, but that's like supporting the frontline stuff. Again, this facility is more focused on vehicles. So while that's an option, I went with the forge and the metal press. So metal press just takes the petrol, which we've made back there, and salvage, turns it into 3 construction materials instead of just 1. So it just pumps them out, and that's how we've filled these 2 pallets within, what would that take, 4 hours, 5 hours maybe?
Alright, wow, yeah.
So then if you hit Shift E over here and click Forge, this is the first one here, the Forge, you can see the recipes in the top were just simply the original recipes, which is salvaged to the maintenance supplies. So you can also make your own maintenance supplies. But it takes power though, and you might as well just do it in the mass production factory for discounts. You can also make construction mats. If you scroll down to the Forge below, you can make assembly materials 1 and 2, which is all that stuff you need for vehicles. You notice the first one takes coke, again, which I don't have a coal refinery yet, and I want to make one at some point. So I can make assembly materials 1. That's needed for certain light vehicles. Assembly materials 2 is made for more advanced vehicles. And that's pretty easy because we've got loads of petrol. All that petrol's just sitting back there. You can grab one of those petrol trucks, grab the petrol out of it, deposit it in here, and then do your salvage runs and go deposit salvage in here, turn it on, and that'll make your assembly materials 2. They are, because they're considered large items, it is 1 item in your hands. You can't even put it in your inventory. It's 1 in your hands, or it's 15 in a truck. So you have to take 15 in a truck, and then I just deposit them over here on the middle pad. So this is going to be assembly materials 2, this will be assembly materials 1, this will be assembly materials 3. I want to demolish this thing because we don't need it. All of the other resources are going to be deposited in the bunker base over there. And then we'll have assembly materials 4 and 5 eventually. And then this space where I'm standing here is going to be for 2 more vehicle bays, probably.
Really do have this all planned out, huh?
Yeah, pretty much. So these bays, you'll see down the bottom right, they have upgrades as well. Going through the list from the first one, the motor pool, that's for light armored vehicles. We're not going to bother with them. They don't really turn the tides of war much. Naval works, we're not going to do anything for a dry dock. That's like stuff to make like boats and things and ships. The third one is rocket manufacturing. So if you want to build a nuke, we can actually build a nuke and destroy an entire hex.
Oh.
We've done it. It's happened. The collies did it to us 2 wars ago. They destroyed like 3 or 4 of our hexes. And not only does it remove it from people being able to rebuild them, like they're completely destroyed and you just can't rebuild anything there, it's just done. It also removes those hexes from the game. So instead of it being 31 hexes to win, or whatever the cap is to win the game, to win the war, it goes down 1 hex per tile that's destroyed with nukes.
That's wild. I see. Did not know that was a mechanic.
Yeah. Then you got the battery line. So battery line has some really good stuff. The Mark 10 Skycaller half track. That is the artillery car, which has been so good at taking out tanks and other things, but you've got to have a spotter. It's also got the Scout, it's got a Scar Twin half track, and it's got a field launcher, so it's got a bunch of stuff you can make. After that's a field station. That's for making the advanced construction vehicle. A Scout tank, heavy field cannon, heavy duty truck, so that's the Sea-Newt Cliff West. That's a 2-geared truck, unlike these delivery trucks. They are heavily armored. They have to be reduced below 50% instead of 80% HP to be disabled. Their armor can reflect bullets. They have 2 gears, so they're better at going up hills and things. and they have enough torque to carry a trailer behind it. These regular trucks cannot pull a trailer behind it. They are just too weak.
I see.
Yep. After that is tank factory. Obviously, we're going for that. We're going to make some tanks. After that is weapons platform. I don't know if this is worth it because it's only 3 vehicles. One's a cruiser tank. I got a funny feeling that maybe a large field cannon, 75mm field cannon. I don't think we're going to do that. The assault tank, which sounds good, I don't know what it is. It may be good, but it's a Mark 10 assault tank. It's probably going to take a lot of materials, and I feel like one of them is a super tank. And the problem with the super tanks in this game is they take something like 100,000 petrol, 200,000 construction materials or something. So, like, it's insane how much they take, and then they can be taken out by 3 shots of a tank.
God damn. Okay.
So
I see.
I'm going to avoid that if possible. So the idea here was to have 3 of these platforms, go battery line, field station, and tank factory, and just focus mostly on tanks and just pump tanks out if we can.
Absolutely.
And once we unlock the technology, so if you get your hammer out, right, and then you press B to build, under the 4th tab you see our general factories and assembly. You see most of it's locked. We don't have pipes. We can't build like anything. It's all pretty much locked right now. The second facility, that second one there in line, is what those facilities at the front's going to be. I need 2 more of them. The 5th one across is those we just looked at. That makes all of those vehicles. The one after that is the large assembly station, and that's what will make other infantry cars, locomotives, flatbeds. It'll make a lot more stuff, but we need like tier 2 factories and tier 2 assembly materials just to do all that stuff, and those will go back here.
I see. Oh my.
Yep, so other than that, yeah, if you're going to stick around, you're going to build some stuff for a few days, I definitely recommend doing a mass production on these supplies. The most help I ever need running a base is just keeping this one tunnel going, because this one tunnel is fueling this whole base. And if you press E on it and look at it, you can see it says 43 of 57 will prefer to use this maintenance source due to proximity. So that's a preference-driven thing. And that says, because those 43 structures will draw from this source, 66 supplies will be consumed by these structures every hour, just to stop them decaying away. So if you do the quick math on that, that's 660 in 10 hours. That's about 1,300 a day. So that's 1,300 a day. So with these supplies currently in it, in the top right, that's what's in it. This will only last under 2 days. Slightly less than 2 days. Yeah, it's not much. So yeah, do a double.
Not much at all.
Yeah, do a double BMAT. So if you get a salvage truck and you go to those salvage things across town, if you deposit 1 full set and do BMATs, go do it again and do another full set of BMATs. That'll be, I think, 3,000 BMATs. So when you grab one of these trucks, it will completely fill it with BMATs, and that will actually be enough to do a full 9 craft in the mass production factory.
I see. That's a lot.
And it would be the biggest help if you both did at least one of those trips every day. Would be massive help.
All right. That's a lot to take in.
Yeah, I hope I haven't nuked you with knowledge too much.
It's okay. I think I can process it all. It was I really appreciate your help. I'm probably not going to stick around in your squad because I played this with a couple friends.
Oh, yeah.
But I'll help you out with the at least the delivering of all those maintenance supplies to that.
Yeah, sure.
Lovely.
And if you ever
But
want to
in the
make your
meantime-
own... Oh, yeah, go on.
In the meantime, I'm going to go for now. Thank you very much. Nice meeting you. You've given me a lot. Thank you.
Yeah, all good. Enjoy the front line, man. That's where most of the fun is. Do frontline logi, go to supply depots and shipyards, and then deliver to the front line. That's the most rewarding thing for logi, I think. And then after that is just participating in frontline battles and stuff, doing artillery and getting involved in
Yeah.
like those big pushes.
Okay then. Have a good day. Bye bye.
You too. Catcha. Need more fuel. So how are you doing, Hallis? Oh, welcome back. Hallis, what are you up to now? Hello?
These factories runs on petrol, right? So we should refuel them from time to time.
Those factories just run on electricity, which comes from that power station, and the power station, it's optional. You can run it on petrol or diesel. I was just running it on diesel because it's more cheaper for the moment, saving the petrol up for later.
Or not? They run on electricity. Why can I put petrol in there?
You can also put petrol in there. I think they can potentially run directly off petrol as well. But it's better if they run off power for the moment. Someone turned on the petrol power, so it's running on power now, so we got 14 power surplus. Seriously. I need a wrench. I'm definitely gonna make some wrenches. Oh, you shall not fill up. Really? Out of petrol already? Whoa, those sounds.
Worry guys. Put a lot of scrap on public DMAT for you guys. Have fun.
Thank you. Public BMAT's nice. I should commend that fellow who I don't know his name now. Who was that? There's never enough commending in the back line. There needs to be like pop-ups for people making big deliveries to factories and stuff, and for people setting personal productions.
Sorry.
Crazy salvage runs. Damn it, he's parked just annoyingly enough that I'm stuck. Who put the... Wait a minute. $100 in maintenance supplies. And the metal price. And in this one, can I please demolish this? Modifying, upgrading, or attaching. So what else is happening here? Maintenance supplies going here. Give me a wrench. I'm gonna make some wrenches. Oh, look at that. Beautiful. And sadly, this one doesn't have any B-mats really. I think someone just took it and drove off. Had all the B-mats and some C-mats in it. Oh, another salvage trip. Can't have too many B-mats. Oh, I'm gonna check Discord real quick. That's a good one. I rented a girlfriend and an obese man in Tokyo, and someone comments, healer DPS tank. Alright, what's cooking down here? You know you can pick them up from inside the vehicle?
Oh wait, you can?
Yeah,
Huh.
just press E. And then shift and left click and it'll retrieve 300 at a time. Cool, we're full. He must own that base over there with the maintenance hatch and the vehicle bays. Beep beep. This is gonna be a lot of construction materials, I can tell. And it's mostly fuel, so reserve that, reserve this. Lock them reserved. We'll go to. I'll drop some more petrol real quick. And one of them is not producing anything. Okay, we'll take some B-mats. Gonna do some crafting. public bandages out there too. We'll do some wrenches. We'll do some maintenance supplies. And 2 soldier supplies. We'll do that at the other factory as well. What was it? Wrenches, maintenance supplies. Four shirts. That don't seem right somehow. Maybe I should take some more B mats out of the base here. There are too many B mats stored up. Too many B mats, not enough gravel. If we're gonna make any more roads, that is. Who put 762 in here? Can you hear me, by the way? Too many B-mates. I wonder should I make some barbed wire? Wonderful. Right. What can we build here? We'll do loft casters. Done an explosive powder. A heavy explosive powder. And I guess physician jackets. Not bad. $450 B-mats for that. Crates. Oh yeah, I was gonna take those things out. We're making more guns. Yeah, we'll do that. Yeah, we'll deposit 70 B-mats. We'll go get rid of those mortar shells out of that place. Don't know where we'll put them. I think we'll chuck them in the seaport with some other stuff. So what do we have here? We need the wrenches, we need them, soldier supplies. With the wrenches. Can I get one? I have to take them all. Have to take them all. Make sure this place is good for wrenches and respawns. Yep, the wind is certainly changing directions. Go grab those mortar shells. Put them in the dock, I guess.
Oh yeah, it's a bit steep. Oh, careful. It's a bit steep and takes a bit, but it's a bit smoother than just going and just turning around.
Gotcha. Appreciate you, man. I didn't know that.
Hey, no worries. We all gotta contribute to the war somehow. And for some of us, that means hauling supplies and memorizing the route.
Maybe someone will use it. These and the guns. Maybe a stack of B-mats. Take it all down to the seaport. 2 stacks of B-mats. Take this down to the seaport. That'll do. Seaport somewhere here. Petrol for ships as well. Okay. Where are these supposed to go? So if you can't... I don't know, I guess I'll take the grenades and mortars, I suppose. Or, hey, that works. Hmm. Nothing cooking there.
Dude, I'm totally stuck.
Oh yeah, I saw someone got stuck there yesterday. I got it out though. You want me
That's
to?
like whack.
You want me to jujitsu it out?
Yeah.
Alright, I'll have to drive it though. Get it out.
Yeah, you almost got it. That's freaking crazy. Man, that is wacky. Awesome, thanks, buddy.
No problem. Well, with those B mats, well, there's a high explosive payload in mortar shells. We can do shrapnel as well with people. A lot of explosive power for the B mats. But I'm sure Exy would like plenty of them for when we start heading down to the front lines and doing some stuff. Gonna take a lot of B mats, gonna take a lot of explosive power as well. Let's take the rest of my B mats and do it. Takes too long otherwise. So we're gonna do cool, looks good. Let's do that. 4.5 hours, 2.5 hours, 26 minutes on those maintenance supplies. I'll put the powder back, but I'll maybe chuck the B mats somewhere. I don't know. We'll just chuck it all in, it's fine. Take some diesel then. Keep that stockpile full back at the base. Petrol, we're running on petrol right now, indeed. We'll take the spare, put the spare in here. Where should I put this? Maybe back here. I don't know, I'll do some more oil trips. But I'm not sure what to do. I think we're just doing the maintenance supplies, re-putting those main supplies back in. And then that'll be probably it for today. Not too much to do because we're just waiting on technology. We're just waiting to do everything else. Do the pipes, make some more stuff. probably enough for now. Not much else I can do here. Keep this topped up. Can it really run off petrol though? Oh what? Let's. It's locked. What do you mean? One more oil run, fill this up, hide it in the back of the base and lock it. Hopefully no one will take it. Otherwise we'll source them out tomorrow. And put in the other one. Yep, that's good. Up these 3 cans in the petrol tank. I'm going to refill this. Refill this. Oh, those two. So I need another leatherback. There's 2 of each is good for the team. As we're in the hunt for a leatherback. Probably some sitting around town, I reckon. crates? What are these crates doing? Maybe we'll go down to port and see what's there. Might be heaps for free.
Hey, mister, do you want a ride to the base?
Want a what? What's that? What's that? Oh no, no, I was just sourcing one of
I
these for
can't
now.
hear anything if you are speaking.
Yeah, I might have to reconnect. One sec.
Or
Can you hear me now? Hello? Hello? Can you hear me now?
ah, sorry. Try it again.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can't. Sorry, I have muted you because I was speaking with someone else, and yeah.
Oh, good.
So I was like, it's pretty quiet for like 1 hour. So yeah, I had you muted. Sorry.
Oh, that's okay, understandable. So things like this sitting on the pad, were you doing this stuff or is this someone else?
No. It's not me. I just delivered few crates of shirts, and I'm
So,
going to bed.
so someone's stuffed up. The idea is you're supposed to put these on a flatbed and go and stockpile them in a supply depot, or you can actually pull them. Basically, these are crates, right? If these were vehicles, there could be 3 flatbeds or 3 trucks in one of these, as an example, right?
Yeah, I see.
What you're supposed to do is if you right click on the crate inside of here, you can unpackage from inside of a storage depot or seaport. So basically this means we have to put these back inside. If there is no flatbed to pick these up and take them away somewhere, we need to put them back inside. So I could use your help for this actually. Someone has to package these up and then I can crane them back in. You have to pick them up and drop them down again and then go submit to stockpile. So when you get next to it, you press E and you click package. Package will put a thing around it so you can pick it up by crane. Now I want you to try hop in the crane, queue into the crane. You hold right click and then you left click, you see the gear symbol on top of the thing, you pick it up. And then put it straight back down again. With left click. Straight back down. Yep. And then you'll see a button pop up and down the bottom right, a list of buttons. Submit to stockpile. Do you see that?
Yes.
Yeah, so click that and it should inject that back inside. It should have popped up the moment you sat it back down.
No, it seems.
Alright, let me have a go. I'll package it up and I'll have a little go.
So,
Submit stockpile items.
Yes.
we
Submit.
need RMATs. Or I need some RMATs to be able to make some twin guns, or I need to know where our twin guns that we had stockpiled here went. We need twin guns at the front line down south.
I haven't seen them.
So we might need to do some component hauling, but I don't think the component mines have anything in them. I checked earlier. Component mine north has like about 1.8k. Component mine in Night Church is 1k. I guess I could go pick them up over up north real quick. Pick up that 1k. But we don't even have any salvage trucks here anymore.
Okay.
I was probably clicking something wrong.
No, it's called submit loading stock area to stockpile or something. It's one of those buttons down there. Yep, so grab one of these packaged ones and you can drop it on there. Submit loading bay item to stockpile or something like that.
Yeah. I was clicking on the wrong button then.
There you go, easy. There's two more to chuck back in. Alright, sweet, so this area, the dock's now clear, that's good. And then, yeah, if you're going back to the base, I'll take a lift.
Yep, I am.
Can you relock and re-reserve? Alright, cool. Yeah, I'm probably gonna get off now. Everything's cooking at the base. I'll just make sure the petrol's restocked before I go on the power station. There's not much else to do. We're just waiting for the technology to upgrade so we can start making bigger and better things.
Yeah, wrong turn. Yep. It's cool and it's kinda. It might seem boring and kinda it is, but it's not for everyone. This logistic thing, I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, I think I will stick with it for a while. I think it's cool. It's funny for me. I think I feel like I am doing something. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, it's good when you can get into part of a team. I'm gonna start making some mortar shells for this base here. If we ever run into Keycard, I know he'll jump on the opportunity to go to the front line with some mortars, and we'll go smash their bases and stuff up.
Yeah, I'm in. So the petrol will stay there for me for tomorrow, right? The
It'll
refined
be
thing.
there longer than a week. Like it'll be there until you log in and pick it up.
Perfect. I have, yeah, I don't want to know the clock, the time what I have. It's horrible. I should be sleeping already like 3 hours at least. So
And then Foxhole ropes you in. Yep.
yeah, it's same feel like Factorio. I was able to spend hours and hours in Factorio, and the time just flew by. I didn't even know what happened. It was just like wink of an eye, and 8 hours passed by.
Yeah.
And that's a good sign for me as a player because that means that the game is good, at least like entertaining for me. So yeah.
Yeah.
Um, Once again, thank you for every intel, every information you give me today. It have to be exhausting. I can't imagine repeat myself like 3 times over a day. It must be exhausting. Mm,
No, it's
Thank
alright.
you
It's
and
just
have a nice day.
yeah, it's just part of the game. Thanks again for helping out and catch you later.
Yeah, thank you. Bye bye. Good night.
See ya. So I can only flag it once. If it gets enough flags, it'll go. I do actually have to do one more delivery, which is maintenance supplies and BMATs. The last one before we end. Who parks on the pad AFK? Who does that? I have to collect first. If it's full, I gotta pick 'em up. Yes, there we go. And then we'll cook another set for next time. So that's not bad. Playing long enough just so you can get 2 sets of mass-produced goods, the maintenance supplies. That is a very good thing to do, especially if everyone on your team does it. That'll keep it going for quite a while. We gotta keep this maintenance tunnel up, because it's carrying the whole base at this point. So we'll go take BMATs, dump them in, get them cooking for next time. If you're fine, scrap and what did that say? Grab 100 BMATs and head to the garage north for truck. Cool. Oh, it's here. I can back it up. Yeah, someone left the crate there as well. Maybe I should put that back into both of them. It's 2 of them then. I'll just park here for now. Yep. Need to package these, put them back in, because there's no point in sitting out here. And no one knows what they are and what they're for. What's in them? Someone must have pulled them out, didn't know what to do with them. Wait, what? Can it not go back in? I guess it doesn't, and we need a flatbed here to get rid of this. Alright, so long as this is cooking B-mats, everything else will cook for tomorrow. We'll deposit these B-mats. We'll put these ones in the base, I guess. Cool. Car park is full. Very nice. Fuel trucks, and they're all here. So for at least half an hour, no one will touch them. I hope. Little car park. Make sure the fuel station's up. Should run on petrol for a little while. And that is it. So until next stream, thank you guys for watching, and see you in the next one.